people who, like the channel support or the line.
Yeah.
Drug testing and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Am I right about that one?
Oh, you are. Yeah.
Improperly.
Yeah.
So it's like the whole thing. That was one.
What we ask, where do I go? Before I ask Mr. Beck on this, I pledge allegiance, just like to take a moment to think about the folks that were lost in the wildfires and the service members that were lost over in the Gulf area. So if you would join me in a moment of silence, I would appreciate it. Thank you. With that, Mr. Belling, would you lead us in the pledge?
I was just gonna start real fast before driving in this morning on the radio. I did not know this story, but this day in history, in 1965, Lyndon Baines Johnson, President Johnson announced he was gonna close 11 VAs across the United States as a budget saving, issue in 1965. In Aspinall, Club 20, farmers, veterans went crazy, lobbying the governor, writing letters and all those kinds of things. The the Grand Junction was on the list, the VA has been closed. Aspinall and Club 20, they all went to work, and VA is still open today.
Thank you. I'm pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's go ahead and get started with little updates. So I'm going to tell about Andrea.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think this morning we will do the same as yesterday and start with rights from Congressman Hurd's office. All right, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Good to see all of you again. We got some fun issues today, and I get to present in both Ag and PLNR, so don't get too sick of me after these first updates this morning. On Ag, I wanted to touch a little bit on Farm Bill, but Wyatt and I from Senator Bennett's office will be going into that a little bit more in detail later, so won't get too much into that in these morning updates. But the Farm Bill has passed the House of Representatives by a vote of 224 to 200. So we did get some bipartisan support, obviously not a full overwhelming support of the entire chamber. So we'll see what happens in the Senate, what happens in conference, and if we're able to get that across the finish line, but was able to pass the House, so that's a good thing. Also in Ag, Congressman Hurd has introduced a bill called the Spirit Act, the Supporting Producers Through Incentives from Rural Ingredients and Tax Relief Act. A mouthful, but this bill creates a federal excise tax for small distilleries producing no more than 100,000 fruit gallons annually, while at least 90% of the agricultural products are sourced within the U.S. Congressman Hurd is actually a co-chair of the Congressional Spirit Caucus. So he is working with distilleries. We have some great examples of those here in CD3. And he is, talked to them and also with our ag producers and realized that there is an opportunity for us to incentivize those small distilleries to utilize U.S. grown agriculture and support that through an excise tax. So that's what this bill would do. It's a bipartisan bill supported by Jill Takuda, the representative from Hawaii, who's a Democrat. So the two of them are working on that and to get that across the finish line and support both our ag producers and small distilleries. Moving on to water, we are really thrilled that we were able to help unlock with the help of Senate offices and all of our local officials $40 million for Shoshone funding. That was awesome. That was back in May. I know one of Congressman's number one things he was saying when he was talking to folks about Shoshone at DOI was that this is a not only locally led process, but there's local buy-in. There's local municipalities and counties that have put their own money behind this project, and that we need that $40 million from the federal government to make it happen. So we were really thrilled. Karen Bud Fallon came out to Western Colorado. I know she was a huge part of that. So really grateful to get those funds released. And within that same program, the B2E funds, we also, along with the Senate offices, were able to release another 47 million for Western Colorado projects. So just a lot of money coming here, and we're really thrilled about that, especially when it's investing in water infrastructure. Moving on to lands, we were able to pass the Crystal Reservoir Conveyance Act, which is a conveyance down in Uvalde County that would move the Crystal Reservoir and Full Moon Dam from Forest Service control to the city of Uray's control. The dam has a slight structural issue that the Forest Service felt was too risky to continue to fill that reservoir, so they drained it. And the city of Uray has been, a little bit upset about that because this lake acts as a great tourism destination. It's beautiful up there, but also a natural access point for firefighting efforts for helicopters and other aircraft to get water out of. So they wanted that reservoir to be refilled, and the Forest Service didn't want to. So they said, let's take back control of that reservoir and dam, make the improvements. So along with the Senate offices, we've been able to introduce that bill. It passed through the House. It's also passed through, as of last week, the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. So final step would be Senate floor consideration and signing by the president. So we'll see if we can get that done, but definitely an exciting bipartisan win that we've been working on, and would be a great thing for Uray County and the state. The bill that Congressman Hurd has introduced is called the Forest Health and Wildfire Risk Act. This bill would be permanent secretarial order for the Interior or a categorical exclusion for PLM forest thinning and forest management projects under 5,000 acres. This is something I'll talk about this afternoon with NEPA reform. Categorical exclusions are the kind of lowest level of NEPA where an agency can determine that it's not going to have these massive environmental impacts, so they can go through a categorical exclusion process for the routine maintenance projects on PLM land under 5,000 acres. So just short review process and get those projects going quicker. Another bill that I want to touch on is called the Fire Act. This is sponsored by Gabe Evans, who is the representative kind of north of Denver. This bill would reform the Clean Air Act exemption for exceptional events where emissions from wildfires, prescribed burns, and qualifying wildfire mitigation activities are able to be less stringent on our Clean Air Act for healthy air. So if you want to do a prescribed burn, there's obviously local and state regulations on air quality, but this bill would address the federal level, making sure that those events for prescribed burns or wildfire risk mitigation activities are not counted towards your Clean Air Act kind of regulatory process or reporting process through the year. That's passed through the House, but not passed through the Senate. And then last thing I want to touch on is that through the appropriations process, our county is able to get or should be soon getting PILT funding. We were able to bring back $75 million to CD3 through the PILT process. PILT is payment in taxes for counties lands and can't assess land for taxes. So in and fills in that gap. So we're happy that that came through in the elections process this year and that counties receive it. So that's what I've got this morning. Thank you. Any questions now or are there any questions in the room online?
One thing that we didn't get in the House changes to conservation language with the USDA program. And I would to take off in reckon what level would be the conference House. We have got to find a way to correctly value these tools. The alternative valuation methods have to be found so that these tools are available throughout and just not where we have high development values. So I would encourage you all, flood flooding, we have a policy in this regard. And you have our support. We need his support to get this done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up to you, right? I will bring that back to DC and see what we can do.
One more comment about county. Good morning, thanks for the update. We are anxiously waiting to see the Bureau of Reclamation's EIS documents. They're about 3 weeks overdue now. Do you know, for the post-26 operations meet, how, have you heard any release dates, any potential outcomes of that? The October 1st deadline for the new operation period is coming quickly.
Yeah, I don't have an inside scoop for you on that, fortunately. I think anxiously waiting to describe most of us.
Don't have the insights.
I'm sorry.
We have a comment from Mayor. Thank you for that. Pamela, thanks for the help on the Shoshone funding. It needs a lot to do.
Thanks, Mary.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you really for being here. We always appreciate it. Next, I'll ask Wyatt Bear from Senator Beckett's office.
Yeah, you should talk about that.
Morning, everyone. I'm Wyatt Bear, Southwest Regional Representative for Senator Beckett's office based out in Orlando. Similar to what be hearing a little bit more from me today, I'll be covering the Farm Bill implementation on what we're expecting, or actually don't know what we're expecting in the Senate in the next couple of weeks. Forward here, wanted to give a few updates on water, natural resources, and public lands in the So I also wanted to touch on payment and food taxes. Senator Bennett was also quite excited that the DOI was able to send out $53.7 million total for the state in FY 2026 funding. Again, similar to secure rural schools, the Senator understands the impact that public lands have on our counties and making sure that they have the resources they need and bearing the responsibility of the potential lost sales tax revenue or property tax revenue that they wouldn't get from having certain designations in their areas. Last year, Senator Bennett led the bipartisan effort in the Senate to reauthorize bill funding, and he'll continue to work with his bipartisan colleagues to make sure that there is more long-term, predictable solution to fully fund built in SRS. He understands that, again, this waiting game of will they, won't they, Congress authorize this funding again, is not helpful for down here in Western Colorado. Wildfires are in Western Colorado right now and across the country. I think currently, I don't know the exact estimate off the top of my head, but somewhere around 200,000 acres are burning, and it's probably around 100,000 just here between Gold Mountain Fire and Ferris Fire. Luckily, they're wrapping up the Ferris Fire right now. But since early this spring, Senator Bennett has pushed federal agencies and top officials to prepare for the upcoming fire season, ensure our communities have the resources they need, asking for more fire mitigation programs, asking to make sure that there's proper staffing in the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. But now with fires, again, currently burning over 200,000 acres, our office in Senator Bennett is entirely focused on seeing if we can help communities recover. And it's pushing USDA to make sure that there are return resources available through the emergency watershed drainages, stop flooding from fire. But the UA community is quite concerned about that right now, and whether if they, get an inch or two of precipitation and 24 hours, it could knock out 17 and stop any access out north from their town. Also making sure that resources are available to producers. In addition to that, pushing FEMA to quickly improve and distribute fire mitigation assistance grants to help communities cover the cost of initial suppression efforts, for Norway and also Pueblo County and the Aspen Acres fire. And also hazard mitigation grant program, post fire assistance funds. So it's funding that should be eligible in communities if you receive a federal fire mitigation assistance grant. Apply for if you meet the certain criteria. 2018, the Center for passage of mitigation assistance now included permanent authorization of HMGP post-fire assessments. And understanding that this is not approved as often and as quickly as we would like last year for states that would be by. So we're in close communication with FEMA to try and continue the push to make sure that communities are getting resources that they need. Couple bills I want to touch on. I wanted to thank Senator Representative Kerr's team and Riley for all the work in the Coastal Reservoir Conveyance Act, City of Your Way. Well, right now, unfortunately, we weren't able to have initial suppression efforts through federal funding sources. But to be able to have that resource has more next to the city, that's the city's own augmentation water supply. Due to the upcoming natural disaster, it's going to be a critical tool for them. It's also going to be a critical tool as we're facing drought years more often than not. Making sure that there's hot springs, downstream agriculture have water. Yeah. And then I don't know if everyone's seen the news this morning, but another piece of legislation that just dropped. Our office would probably work there for Representative Kurt's office. The Southern Ute Indian Tribe and community leaders from Glenwood Springs and local business leaders to introduce the Glenwood Hot Springs Protection Act. This bill looking at the current mid-continent limestone quarry that sits near Glenwood Springs. The quarry is wanting to expand its size and capacity by a minimum of 3 times, which would impact the natural hot springs that feed, the world famous hot springs that are there, in the world. People come from all over the world to go visit, as well as these little natural reservoirs around the area, which has been a special site for the Southern Ute tribe since time memorial. They've been visiting there since forever, but it's also a national tourist destination for the city and to practice culture. So this bill would prevent the expansion of that. That's not to say, right, that the bill is inherently anti-mining. It's just that that resource is available in other parts of Western Colorado, other parts of the state. The community has said, we don't want this to happen here, and we're listening to them and making sure that we're protecting something that'll keep their community going. That's all I have this morning. We'll be out of here before around lunchtime, so you won't have any for public lands and natural resources. So if there's any other stuff you kind of want to toss at me about my public lands bills, we can hash that out now. Otherwise, open to
Cindy. Thank you for being with us today for the reauthorization of PILT. Can I ask what formula was utilized for the low population counties? Because we've talked about that curing of PILT because they are suffering with so much public land without their population.
Yes, it's still the same formula to my understanding as in years past. I do know that there is a bill that was recently introduced in the Senate. I believe Senator Hickenlooper is, I don't know if it's a co-sponsor or an original co-sponsor, that would change that PILT formula for counties. I think it's less than 20,000 or 10,000. I have to get more information on that. I'd be more than happy to share that with you and also flag for my natural resources team back in DC if this is of interest to your county to make sure that we are getting on that bill in the Senate.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I would like to know that this all started way back with Cory Gardner. That's a long time that this has not been resolved for these low population counties. My second question is, I've asked this of every single. We need a study on a large old wilderness, capital W, to see if it fulfills the Wilderness Act of 1964. because I think that we have a problem with capital W wilderness when I see the catastrophic fires and what they are doing to Elk Fire right now. That is being destroyed in that fire. We need to consider these issues prior to bringing forward any more wilderness requests.
Thank you for sharing that concern. And so this was a specific analysis or study, or sorry, more information about.
I'm suggesting the Weminuche because it's large and it's old, it's had fire, we need to determine whether these wilderness areas are being utilized more than 1 mile in, because I can tell you they're not mostly. And I would also like to see what is the fire risk of no management, because if nature moves to disorder unless there's intervention. And that's what we saw in the Weminuche in both the Papoose fire and also in the Sand Creek fire on the other side. So that has been my request of your office and also the governor's office for a number of years. So I appreciate all of that. Thank you.
Good to meet, but more than happy to pass that along. Yeah, sure.
One quick point clarification, I'm just checking on what kind of precedent is set. When you talk about the coring hill that you're doing now, I believe this became nature about 7 years ago originally. If I'm not wrong, this is on the side, actually similar, close to the infrastructure park. That's correct. So my question is, back then, when this was being analyzed through the EIS process, it basically got killed in the so the current status of how to go about analyzing projects like that. Questioning why we need another specific bill, because I just don't set precedent, so I'm trying to understand if something has changed in the process and came up that would make this necessitate putting a bill like this in. Does that make sense?
I believe so. I think there's a current push from that mid-continent mine to expand it. I don't want to speak out of turn here and give you some false information. I can get some more information. But there's a current push by the mine to do that expansion right now, and that is.
Yeah, my only question is, we have that's why the EIS process exists. We have NEPA. That bill that would also tie up lands in other areas or do anything else to it, making sure it's specific to one location, one project. Is it necessitated again to create or create terrible precedent? So project just so I'm just curious. Like I just don't I don't want us to get into a situation where, especially at the federal level, we get overly specific, unnecessary. Should have.
You talked about the Forest Service with regard to wildfires. I think you mentioned the Forest Service and that Senator Bennett was looking at proper staffing for that mitigation. As I understand it, staffing has everything to do with budget. And hasn't the budget been reduced? And so how does that, how do you make sure there's proper staffing when there's funds to make it happen?
Yes, I can speak to the specifics off the top of my head. The funding for the Forest Service as the last budget bill that was passed, but I do know that the Senator is consistently willing to work with U.S. Agriculture and the Secretary to make sure that whatever we are asking, and I think specifically to our current asks right now about the emergency watershed program and other programs for the Forest Service to help recover from these fires, that they do have the funds on board next year, and we're trying to be in communication with their team to say, okay, this is what we want. What do you need for us to make that?
Is the focus more on mitigation or is it on recovery?
Unfortunately, right now, I mean, it's both, but given the current progress right now, I mean, a lot of our focus is on recovery and making sure that we decide to do it at the scale. And fire season this year, but that's not to say mitigation efforts are to be out of mind.
Any other questions in the room or online? Okay, thank you, Wyatt. We appreciate you being here. Next, I will ask Jeanette Stankel from Senator Hickenlooper's office to join us.
Jeanette Stansel with the Hickenlooper's office. Many of the things that we're working on, we've partnered with the other federal offices. So some of the things that Wyatt and Riley mentioned, we've also co-sponsored. So I don't want to repeat that. But I will just say that agriculture continues to be one of the senator's priorities. We know that it's the backbone to the communities in Western Colorado. He has been advocating for programs like the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, EQIP, and CPP, which is Regional Conservation Partnership Program. In regards to water, we also sponsored the Crystal Reservoir Conveyance Act. And something else that we worked on with Senator Bennett, this was advancing the water resources development, which is WARDA. And that bill includes up to 27 million for Colorado water infrastructure, including drinking water systems and rural water projects. We also joined Representative Kurt's office and Senator Bennett's office on the Glenwood Quarry mine bill, mostly because there's not because the senator is anti-mining, but because as we all know, he's interested in all of the minerals that are in our mines to make sure that we are able to advance energy efforts. And so really it's because of the economy in Glenwood Springs, and there was a lot of bipartisan support both from Republicans and voices. And the concern that if something like this were to happen, that it would harm hot springs, which is essentially what makes Glenwood Springs. And so we did join that bill as well to make sure that it keeps the back of the economy of that committee continues. In regards to public lands, wildfires, I will just highlight again the Fix Our Forest Act, which is the bill that Senator Hickenlooper is leading on and bipartisan. It's to help us speed up forest restoration projects, reduce wildfire risk, improve watershed health, better protect our communities from wildfires. That's what I have today. Any questions? Michael?
Thank you, Janet, for the update. What is the status of that mine bill? Could you provide us a copy of that? Brad's now got me really interested in this.
The quarry. The quarry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And has there been an alternate supply of that limestone to make concrete identified?
No, not that I know of. And yes, we can provide you a copy of the bill.
What's the next step for that bill?
I believe it was just introduced today, and my colleagues can speak more to it, Riley or Wyatt.
I just want to thank the senator for introducing that bill. The community of Glenwood lives on tourism. They were identified as the adventure capital of America between the various activities that they have. The Hot Springs Pool really just renovated not long ago, and there's big caves, which are very important to people, plus ski sunlight. So I really appreciate the senator understanding what is the economic center of that town and working to protect it.
And I will just say my very basic understanding of what was happening in that issue is that no one really knows once they do begin drilling to figure out exactly where the aquifer is, which is the aquifer that feeds into the hot springs, no one knows exactly how far they would have to go, and there is a risk of essentially harming the aquifer, which would destroy the hot springs. And I think that that's part of goes back to, I mean, the original issue with this, and why there's such a fear of this happening. So, but we will send you them. Any other questions?
What number is it?
Phone number? I don't know that off the top of my head, but we will send it.
I can have Jeanette pass it on to me and I can send it out to all the guests that are here today.
Yeah. Really. And one reason why I say you got to phone number, but you have to phone one. Talk about should get what. So, obviously, it should have like precedent creating a specific bill of one project in one location when the system itself already has that's the concern. So I'm gonna be very clear on it. It's not about the tourism or not loving everything about what they do. It's also up on a hill, well above most of the viewshed, above the dock. It's entirely up on top of it. Everything else is down below. The question really in your visual is you trusting NEPA and letting a senator and congressman and another senator weigh in on NEPA and that impact that they should have really specific. That's the question.
Well, really briefly, I think we're gonna look at NEPA changes and how valuable NEPA really is in the future at the end of the meeting today. We're seeing a lot of shortcuts there. I just go back to Michael Murphy's comments on past chair at our last meeting when he said he would never really take positions that hurts our members in our communities. And this is something I think if you lived in Glenwood Springs, you would care greatly about. But then that's, I'll let it go and we'll see where it all plays out.
Amy, did you, it's 51. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for joining us today, Janelle. And we do not have someone joining us from Congressman DeGuz's office. I'm going to turn it over to today's stand-in Agriculture Committee Chair, Brad McLeod.
Standing sit.
Okay.
All right. Well, welcome to Club 20. Policy Committee members for the Agriculture Committee meeting. It's Boehner. He's not a trainer in that sense. Just me. Silly, like. Bylaws of the SL, only current Club 20 participating vote on matters. Here should become both these the staff. The invitation discussion is open to our members and guests and is critical. He's asking a question or making a comment. So please make sure you use the microphone. Speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you. I would also say, especially for folks online, please state who you are. That way everybody knows who is talking. It's also a benefit to that's for them. So seated in the front of the tabletop microphones, please do not grab the microphones here unless the committee sheet or we'll turn off the microphone. And don't turn them on until somebody else is finished speaking. Those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone for you, and you can use that. We will also will now ask you folks who are joining us virtually, Andrea, if you would to please introduce themselves, or you can introduce yourself.
I would be happy to do that. We have Garrett Leakey, Tom Kleinschnitz, Kathy Welch, Melody Miller, our Agriculture Committee Chair, Brian Boehner, and Jennifer O'Hara.
So thank you very much. Now, joining us on please mute yourselves. If you have questions during the meeting, unmuted and receive your question, that's fine. Next, we will ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves. I will start with the person to my left to say, it's just a great excellent. And to my left,
Jeff Comstock, Moffett County. One of Suffolk County. Bring back Delta County. You recommending some North County.
Mike McFarland, Little Valley County. I will be Carolina.
Bobby LaValle, Delta County.
Ashley Beach, Cook County Intern. Andrea Wilson, Cook County Chief Operating Officer.
Wade Harley, Executive Director.
Amy Tucker, Montrose County.
Arlen Jeffers, Clark County.
Naomi Reese, LaPlata County. Nancy Fishery, Montrose County.
Cindy Dozier, Montrose County. Bonnie Lee, Delta County Executive Committee for Region 10. Good morning, Kelly Switchfield, Rio Blanco County.
Breeze Mountain, Rio Blanco County.
Susan Atkinson, LaPlata County.
Certain Florida County.
Anna Jerome, Mesa County.
Jason Bias, Mesa County.
Gordon Coombs, Mesa County.
Shauna Grieger, Mesa County.
Lois Dunn, Mesa County.
Woody Whitmore, Co-Chair Water Committee. Alita Sassuolo, Mesa County.
Greg Fuller, Delta County.
Darren Wattis, Mesa County.
Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County Tourism Coach.
Larry Jones, Mesa County. Wyatt Bear, Senator Michael Bennett's office.
Joe Stanko, Round County.
Bill McKee, Delta County.
Nicole Hall, Mesa County.
Riley Scott, Congressman Jeff Hurd.
And also Mesa County.
Greg Keller B, Mesa County.
Doug Cooley, Senator County.
Back to Lot County.
All right, Mr. Chair, take it away.
thank you for all the introductions. Lastly, but very important, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Our venue and lunch sponsor today is Chevron and Atmos Energy. By the way, if you didn't get a chance to yourself last night, it's fantastic. Thank you all for being there. And then our committee sponsor, the Factors and Lois Dunn today. So thank you very much. Now this is the part of the committee meeting where I'm going to do a little magic, because if you'll notice in front of the room that says we're going to have Chris Sen from the Office of U.S. Congressman Group's office, and we'll also have Hillary Henry at the office of Senator Bennett's office. But quit playing with my hands. We're actually going to have Riley and Wyatt come forward, and they will be doing that instead. So, both of the same offices, but obviously they do not match the pictures on the screen.
Yes.
So I don't want you to be confused and lost while the presentation is taking place.
I got it.
Just Riley and Wyatt, thank you guys very, very, very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah. Fortunately, our Liz policy lead, Victoria Malik, couldn't make it, and then Hillary Henry couldn't make it. So now you've got me, not the B team, but the C team.
Not that at all. But that at all. And upgraded.
Fantastic. Can you tell the senator that? So I can give a little bump.
Absolutely. Raise, climate change, anything else either you need.
Riley, I mean, with Riley, I'm just morning, everyone. My name is Wyatt Bear. I'm a South African representative for Senator Michael Bennett's office. Here to provide an update, release as much of an update as I can give on the current status of the Farm Bill in the Senate. I will also touch on what version passed the House a few months ago. Just a little background, we'll cover this a lot, but the 2018 Farm Bill was the last one we actually passed. We've only passed extensions since then. It expired in 2023, and we've been passing extensions. The current extension lasts through September 30th of this year. So that is our racetrack to try and get it. There's something that I want to touch on before we end this presentation. There is a possibility that Senator Bennett is next in line to be ranking member of the committee. And just a fun fact, if you were to become so, you'd be the first Western senator to help lead the committee since 1933. Fun fact. I don't know why East Coast senators have had a monopoly on the Senate agriculture for so long. Hopefully, this is an opportunity moving forward to elevate Colorado and Western United States needs. Sure, you have to request that. While that might be a possibility, as I could be in future farm bill discussions, I assure you this on farmers addressing your water crisis and all the current issues going on right now with this current. This is the top priority. We'll see what happens. So just a quick overview of what is the farm bill. I'm sure many of you are quite familiar with it, but this overview is a comprehensive agriculture and nutrition package. It's typically authorized every 5 years or so. And I say typically because again, hasn't been actually authorized since. It's a sweeping piece of legislation. People think farm bill and oh, it's farm, it's about commodities, it's about development, but it also covers things like commodity markets, so like cryptocurrency. It covers certain infrastructure projects in rural communities. It covers forestry projects. It covers research. It covers crop insurance. It covers, a lot of people it covers nutrition assistance, and that's the majority of spending in the farm bill when it does eventually pass. So there's 12 components that I was mentioning. Commodities supports major crops. This is what you think of when you think of the farm bill. Conservation, encouraging land and water stewardship. You have Title III promoting agriculture exports and food aid. Nutrition, again, SNAP, food assistance, credit providing loans to farmers, rural development, supports rural communities, and utilities. Think this is a lot of water infrastructure projects that you see in rural areas. Research and agriculture science, extension offices, forestry, managing public forests, private forests, renewable energy systems, specialty crops and organics, and urban farming, crop insurance, and then just animal health, family farmers mission. So, as I mentioned, the massive majority of the Farm Bill goes to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, previously known as food stamps. But the vast majority of the Farm Bill also is mandatory. There is some discretionary spending in it. And when the Farm Bill is passed and created, it has multi-year projections of what that funding looks like going forward. Again, this is not something that's passed every year. It's something that's every 5 or later on. So you have to have this line what the cost will be going forward. So as you can see at the top, SNAP, at least in the bill we're looking at right now, with 72% of the spending is $1 trillion, crop insurance, $50 billion, commodities, 40, conservation, 73. And then the rest of the other 8 titles that we just looked at back here, that only makes up about 2% of the rest of that bill. And please stop me, I guess, at any time. Back to the timeline, as I mentioned, the last Farm Bill that passed Congress was the Agriculture Improvement Act back in 2018. Again, it expired in 2023. Since then, Congress has only passed extensions. But that's not to say that only farm bills or only extensions are the only legislation that can impact certain Farm Bill priorities. And I think, for example, the continuing resolution or budget bill that was passed in 2022 reauthorized increased funding for land conservation and forestry programs. 2025 continuing resolution that passed last July amended and reauthorized several programs. So I'll cover a little bit more of that in a second, but including covering programs through 2051. So regardless of whether Farm Bill expires at the end of September, that those to the bill are still going. Yeah.
Talk about the bill. Yeah.
As already mentioned, there was the House passed version of the bill that passed this spring. We're still waiting on Senate. Looking at my crystal ball, what's happening? I don't know. The chairman Bozeman is, I think, is still waiting to have a full committee back. We're waiting on Senator McConnell to be back in the Senate from health concerns that he's had. Also have potential for this current session of the Senate to end in recess soon, in a couple of weeks. So usually Senate will go in recess out in August. That's all to say it's unknown in the next week or two here going forward. And the Senate actually have a chance to have a lot of conversations that need to happen before we get to markup. We're going to go all August, which is recess, and we won't come back until September. To look at. By that time, there's only about 3 weeks to mark out that sit before it expires. So,
And then also just mention the lame duck period. So after the election in November, there's a few weeks of work in November, a few weeks in December before we go into what will be the next Congress. So new members of Congress and senators will be sworn in January 3rd, I believe. We'll double check that, but
You never know about.
you never know. But those few weeks sometimes must pass legislation gets pushed through in that lame duck period. But oftentimes if the Congress is changing party control, then there's less incentive to do that. Or sometimes there's more. We'll see. You never know. But that is also a time frame before after the election that sometimes things get.
one question, Chairman.
Yes, Elias and Riley. The very point that Riley was making in terms of the complexity and the lack of timeline to get this through. This is why we need the senator's leadership. I mentioned in Riley's talk about this, the issue of conservation easements, and very supportive to Title II and the value of this. I want to use that slide that you've got there just for illustrative purposes for why this is so important.
This one here.
Just leave that slide there as it is, but for folks' understanding of conservation title and how it impacts the Western Colorado conservation easements, and there are more than a few folks in this room that have them, and there are folks that would like to be able to use this tool. The incremental improvement that has happened prior to the 2014 Farm Bill, when folks did a conservation easement, all that was left for them to do with their land was purely agricultural. USDA took all of the rest of their stick of rights. There was slight improvement with the 28 Farm Bill, and things that would not impact into the future were sort of permitted. And why I'm speaking of this, because Wendell had mentioned agritourism to me. Right now, under the current language, the 2018 Farm Bill, you can't have infrastructure for agritourism in a USDA conservation easement. You can't have a bed and breakfast or a place to put folks up. It's ridiculous. Along with that particular change, and this is the language I wanted to speak to, Fund 20 supports finding alternative ways to value these easements so that we treat landowners fairly. And currently we do not. Conservation easements work for folks who are in very high dollar areas where we have high land values. But where you really need these conservation easements is to keep the bugs and bunnies and the ecology that we want, our open space. And in that instance, we are unfairly penalizing landowners because conservation easements are valued on whether or not highest and best use housing development. Well, in eastern plains of Colorado and some of the places, the western slope, we don't have high housing values, but we have high ecological values. This is where we need the senator and congressman's support in getting fair approach to valuation, and frankly, getting language changed in these USDA programs that allow for future uses of these lands that are consistent with the values of agriculture, because we need alternative approaches to income streams, agritourism and others, to be able to sustain these families and sustain these lands into the future. We very much need the senator representative's leadership, and do not miss this opportunity to change this farm bill. This incrementalism is killing us. And while that is the way Washington works, that is not healthy for as a former chairman of GOCO, former Moffat County Commissioner, and big supporter of conservation. We've all watched our mountain valleys and the loss of our open space, the loss of our agriculture. We cannot put Humpty Dumpty together. We do not have the luxury of time, and incrementalism moving against us. So please, whether the senator is the lead minority member or the senior member, we need his leadership in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. I think it would be more helpful to work with you and look to handle specific aspects and see how we helpful in that regard. And again, it's a short time frame in this year, and obviously every month, every week has impacts on the ground here for small mom and pop farms and producers. But we can be helpful here with this list. Touching on again, so we have until September 30th until it expires, not to just sound like broken clock here. I think the majority of the impacts are not going to be felt until January of this year. And to my understanding, with my conversations with policy lead before, I think there is a lot of pressure through the dairy industry to try to apply this now, because every day that it's a milk. So hopefully there is enough pressure to make this happen. Again. So looking at specifically what changes continuing resolutions have done to the Farm Bill, specifically HR 1 that was passed last July, changes to the Farm Safety Net program and expanded and the nutrition program is really shaping the debate for our current conversation in 2026. 2025 HR 1 increased crop reference prices, enhanced crop insurance provisions, expanded agricultural disaster systems, and added conservation. But I think the most notable thing you're seeing covered by the news right now is that the Senate discussion is what happens to supplemental systems program. That is expanding SNAP work requirements, establishing a state cost share, requiring for SNAP benefits based off of payment error rates, increasing state share of SNAP admin costs, and limiting future SNAP benefit increases on 12 through the plan. Just so it sets the maximum amount of SNAP for a year inevitable. Sure. So digging in a little bit to SNAP here, the two big changes, as I mentioned, was one, the shift of SNAP administrative costs to states. It was originally 50%, now it's gone up 75%. And additionally, states are required to contribute now to the benefit cost, which is new as of FY27 once we get there, based off of their payment error rate. It's a scale. If you're below 6%, the state of Colorado does not have to pay any of SNAP benefit costs. If you're at 6%, 8%, that's 5%. If you're 8 to 10, that's 10%. If you're 10 to 13, you have to pay 15%. So the plan of HR 1 was for no state in the country to be above that 6% measure. But fortunately, only 9 states are below that, at least looking at 125 numbers. The national error rate is 11%. but I guess good news, Colorado's below that national average. From at least 10.09%. Below. Still means, even we're not below the national average. We still have to cover 15% of those costs. Which means there's an opportunity for Colorado to get below that 10% threshold kind of the next fiscal year. But what that means is coming next year, we're going to see probably additional $50 to $60 million in annual cost that has to be covered by the state for FY27, and then potentially even an additional 140 to 210 to go. And why?
Why did you define what the state needs to do to get below that on the error rate?
Yes. So I should explain a little bit more about what the error rates mean. So payment error rate does not refer to folks that are getting erroneous payments or that are not eligible for the payments. It means payments that are either going out, so either above or below set payments. And as the USDA has been calculating and as it was mandated in HR1, USDA calculates the official SNAP payment error rates at the state levels, not at the county. So you may ask, why would that calculate? Why is someone like Denver County, and their potential error rates of what's happening us over here, Montrose County, where it might be. Again, that's something that's set at the national level, set in HR1, and if we're required sampling, your review and information process to get to a point where we're just looking at counties. But the additional risk there is that specifically for small counties, those rates can be quite volatile. Again, error rates are not based on income. It's going out in the number of erroneous cases. So if you have an overwhelmed county staff that's giving out payments and they give a few large dollar amounts, you say Dolores County and a population of 800, 900 folks, 10 folks get $50. I'm not good at math. I'm just going to go with this. 10 folks get $50 more than they should in a given month. That is going to disproportionately affect that county's rate. Everyone county by county, all of a sudden, someone like Dolores County is going to be paying all. So I guess that opportunity is across the state. Those error rates have to go down below 1%. But regardless, that's what happens in the next month or two. Colorado and the legislature is going to have to find or not have SNAP benefits.
What you feel it.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Coach in Delta County. From our Human Services Director, I understand there are three main causes of error rates. One is input error rates that occur at the county level. That's about a third, maybe 30%. But the other two, the bulk of it is one, the applicants themselves have an error during the and it's the state software that creates errors within their program. So the counties are going to get dinged for this. So that's a statement. The second thing is, what are these 9 states doing in Colorado below 6%? Why are we not doing it right now?
That's a great question. I don't know what those 9 states are, but I mean that's a fantastic question. I'll write it off.
Thank you.
We'll try to interrupt you.
No, appreciate it. Have a conversation.
Chair, appreciate it.
So that's all to say. We've got costs coming down to the state level. We don't know when the markup bill is, the markup bill is going to happen, but the only definite thing that I can tell you from our side of what Senator Bennett is going to be focused on here, regardless of whether it's this farm bill passing this year or the farm bill passing in the future, core elements that Senator Bennett is focused on is addressing the Western water crisis, ensuring USDA programs work in Colorado and the West, investing in our forests and watershed health, addressing climate change, and fighting for families and strengthening our local and regional food systems. And I have a couple bills that I want to get into that is included in the discussion right now. Other ones, if you have questions about them as I run through these, please feel free to stop me. I can run that down and get certain view information. I've got a couple of these written down just to overview others like that. So the fully included bills within the discussion draft on the Senate side that Senator Bennett has led or co-led. First, we have the Fence Act. This would allow producers to upgrade the modern fencing technologies when repairing disaster damaged fencing. We have the Increased TSP Access Act, addresses shortages of technical service providers, expand access to conservation assistance. The Innovative Feed Act 2025, promoting innovative livestock feed technologies to improve agricultural productivity, sustainability, resilience. And as I mentioned yesterday, and Friday I also mentioned yesterday, the Rural Hospital Revitalization Act, which again would provide temporary zero interest USDA financing to the community facilities program, to rural hospitals, critical access or rural emergency hospital in counties less than 8,000 folks to help upgrade their infrastructure.
Right. Okay, when Wyatt mentioned the Fence Act, there was one thing that's in the House version that I want to talk about because I saw this firsthand last year with some of our natural disasters. So the Emergency Conservation Program, ECP, is for ag producers who suffer natural disaster and need to repair their land, fencing. And currently the program has a 75% reimbursement rate for qualifying events and qualifying practices. But 25% of that funding is available upfront, and then the producer has to front the rest and then be reimbursed. Within the House version of this bill, there's a change to having 75% of the estimated cost for replacement and rehabilitation being given upfront, and 50% upfront for the estimated cost for repair work. So that changes not the amount of money, but just when those producers are getting those monies. And I believe there's 180 days or so where they're not going to utilize that money, they have to give it back. But just that's something that I heard, I don't have enough money. I just went through a natural disaster to upfront these costs and get reimbursed by the USDA later. So that switch in more upfront costs, I think it's going to be really to our producers. But again, not law yet. That's in the House version of the bill.
I touch on a few categories of partially included bills within a Senate discussion draft that Senator Bennett is trying to prioritize here. Within the forestry, water, and working lands, I wanted to touch on. Probably get in touch over. See, we're working together. This is how some professional gentlemen should be doing it. State bills, it's for everyone. They do the rest of the country and state. Ocean Protection Forest Recovery Act, Senator Bennett, John Curtis worked on introducing this back in the Senate. Again, it was great. There's a Forest Watershed Program at the Department of Agriculture. The rest of these programs, right, includes a lot of practical tools from these bills, from the Headwaters Protection Act, the Federal Improvements Act, Restoring America's Floodplain Act, but especially the standalone programs or product funding or product eligibility are still
I'm going to take this time to go over some of the forestry title programs that are in the House version of the bill. I think there's some really exciting stuff in our version of the bill for forestry. One is expanding good neighbor authority to special districts. So that can be conservation districts, fire protection districts. Currently good neighbor authority with states and with counties and other local entities, but expanding that to special districts could, just add another tool to the toolbox. Also in forestry for stewardship contracts, currently the maximum amount of time that you're able to enter into a stewardship contract is 10 years. The House version of the Farm Bill would extend the maximum amount of time to 20 years. Again, it doesn't need to be a 20 stewardship contract, but it can be up to 20 years. Stewardship contracts are great for combining timber sales with restoration work. So the cost can be shared across, if you have good timber and you can make some money off of that, then you can also utilize that money to do some more restoration work in maybe less high ROI activities. Also in the House version, there is some expansion of acreage size for categorical exclusions, moving from 3 1,000 to 10,000 acres are projects such as collaborative restoration, wildfire resilience projects, and fuel tanks. And there's also some additional exclusions for maintenance on utility rights of way and cars. So utilizing those as potential fuel breaks and not having to go through a process for those utility right of ways and floors. Water source protect. Did you talk about this? Water source protect. Watershed protection. Okay. Water source protection program is a forestry title, and that focuses on protecting watersheds that supply municipal ag and irrigation infrastructure. So municipal water, ag, water, irrigation infrastructure. And it allows work with with eligible partners to address wildfire, drought, flooding, post-fire conditions, water quality, and damage to water infrastructure. Within the House bill, it explicitly recognizes protection of domestic and ag water infrastructure as a program purpose. So part of forestry being the protection of our domestic and ag water infrastructure, which Nancy and I talked about. So I wanted to bring that up. It's important for us to see our forests as the source of water and security and water quality protection plans. So this bill is, that as an explicit goal as well. There's some modernization to the community wood and wood innovation grant programs, which are to help our timber industry and have a place for to do forest management. It's just increases federal cost shares, raises maximum awards, kind of just that modernization of that program based on 2018 numbers to help our timber industry out. I think last one I want to go over is that it directs the USDA and Department of Interior to develop a strategy for using grazing to reduce wildfire risk. We all know that so utilized in our forests is grazing to that. So what is a strategy that they put together to create targeted grazing near fire risk communities, maintain fuel breaks and other, targeted grazing and utility and also coastal restoration. So I think that could be a cool thing to come out of that. Wanted to touch on some of the forestry stuff in the House version of the bill.
Moving on to Senator and strengthening local, tribal, and regional food systems. One bill that I wanted the Strengthening Local Food Security Act. This was originally introduced by Senator Jim Justice. I'm trying to remember the other senator I need that. No, something else. Yeah, sure. Either. Another aside, Jim Justice, if you have not seen a picture of Senator Jim Justice of West Virginia's dog, I think Precious is the name or something like
Baby dog, and it's a massive bulldog, and Jim Justice carries it around in like a stroller. It's so large. You can't walk.
Baby dog is sitting right. Go back to your day. The Strengthening Local Food Security Act. This covers, I think this might be a epitome of what we're trying to do with our food systems here. We're trying to make sure that there is food available for schools, kids that are in need, nearby food banks, but also creating a permanent program for the state, tribal governments to procure those foods, not from outside of the farm, states away or in another country, but from local producers in the area. So making sure local producers are being supported and able to sell once, or at least just creating a sustainable market for that, and also making sure that those foods are going to those things. Anything you wanted to touch on? Specialty crops, I know this is a top concern. I'm sure a lot of folks here, fruit, vegetables, organic, urban, and indoor growers. One bill was the Chile Act, or Chile Act. It essentially directs the Department of Agriculture to pay specialty crop growers amount on sales in the year for adverse events. So in the case of earlier this spring, where the massive frost that came through and affected a lot of the peach growers, this would create opportunity for USDA to say, okay, how much did you make on sales in the last year? We'll cover the impact that you just had. He says.
Long have hand up for
Wow.
Thank you. Bonnie, you will put on my Colorado Farmers Association hat right now. Under the considered an orphan program for land. And we keep getting missed on these specialty. So we're one of the largest land producing states in the nation. Our little flip goes to Olympic blazers and Olympic swimmers and military uniforms. And our land has a not only national but international reputation, but producers are struggling to stay in business. And I'm, asking, please, pay more attention on these orphan crops that everybody gets included in this programs.
Thank you for making aware of that. The contact information as we follow up.
Bonnie, in the House version of the bill, was there some kind of study on sheep producers?
So I think that was for the risk assessment. Yeah, since we don't have a risk program with the community crops. So that in there. And since I got them, I'll just say thank you for recognizing raising. We really need that elevated. We've recognized it for years, whether it's the ability to reduce fine and other rules on the landscape. And thank you to both offices for working with us on the 201 case. Imported land occupies 74% of the U.S. market, and we finally have gotten the U.S. Trade Representative's office to pick up on 201 force, and that's through the work of your offices. Thank you.
Yeah, just to reiterate for the group, this is not a fix for Bonnie's issue or for our wool growers in Colorado, but in the House version of the bill, there is a study to look at the risks of our sheep producers and study, what would a crop insurance type market look like. Again, doesn't solve the problem, but with confidence and how it works, a study is really the first step. So grateful to at least have taken that step.
Well, and I wanted to take the opportunity on the crop insurance side. We need your help in RMA is the reinsurance side from the pasture and rangeland crop insurance. And later and later with their checks. This thing in the beginning, they were supposed to pay within 50 days, and now they're 65 and beyond. And gotta find out what's going on. All the bureaucrats are pointing fingers at the other. NOAA doesn't get the weather data, whether it rained or didn't rain, and somebody's pointing fingers at each other. We need you guys to rattle somebody's cage. And because with the drought that we're dealing with, these programs are vital and are necessary. But ultimately, we got to get the checks. The bankers won't wait forever.
Let's follow up. So,
Yeah.
I'll go. But I had an additional question on it. Should I?
Go ahead.
Those advance payments, is there a reimbursement after the fact? How does that get back? So the question broken. It's not given. Does the government back? Sure, it has to pay back to the government. Does that make sense?
Well, you said they pay before adjustment.
Yeah, profit. Are they taking it back and then later?
Don't know. I can get you work.
Sure. Thank you.
So given the fact that intertwined in all of this is technology, right? And Is there mechanism or any consideration around capital tax of producers? And the reason I ask is, I mean, like, the Fairlife thing just came up, right, with Coca-Cola, now that's production facility and manufacturing, but a lot of these bigger producers are starting to use technology more. Right, for repair stuff with equipment and all those other things. Is that even discussed at all from an insurance perspective, if somebody gets attacked and they can't, a dairy farm, per se? Is that ever even discussed?
I can read through the bill and see if there's something in there. I don't know off the top of my head, but
If there's any
Yeah.
legislation or any other laws in place to support that, but who is,
national security.
it's starting to become a bigger deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
have not.
it stumped you, right?
You did.
Why, you want to take a shot at it? That's
That's an important issue.
A lot of it in the metal building too, so there might be something.
What I will say, is actually covered in one of these, I have to like go through it, but in terms of improving farm security programs, the bill that I wanted to touch on briefly here is the Soil Act. So fun fact, as of 2023, Colorado was ranked third in the country for most foreign owned agricultural acreage. Specifically, this bill requires the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to review any agricultural land acquisition deals from non-market economy, China, and countries that pose a national security risk to the United States, and make sure that they're consulting with the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture on those deals, that we're not having some potential national security risk buying out ag land here. Unless you have any other questions about these, again, if you have specific questions about the bills, we're happy to follow up and get more information about them. That is all I've got for you today. Going to answer any additional questions to the best of utility. If not, I'm sure I'm getting it back to.
I just queuing off of T. Wright's comment about NOAA, and NOAA's budget was very seriously cut in this year's budget. Do you anticipate further cuts to NOAA in the 2027 budget that people are working on?
The 2027 appropriations bill.
Yeah, I mean, they were threatening to close all of the Boulder science facilities, and they went after the hurricane facilities, and this a lot of cuts to NOAA, but it is very important to all of us for a lot of reasons.
You also came out with any aware of any additional positive impacts to National Renewable Energy Laboratory or those equipment. And I'll say too, just some bill, so what's happening with them? The Senate Appropriations Committee, I don't know what's happening. We're still waiting to hear back on a lot of actual spending requests that we sent in. I know that the Senate Building Committee and the President are having some quibbles about what is being taken in the Senate right now, like specific bills.
Heard that they are in a stalemate because of the absence of Mr. McConnell, and they're unable to reach conclusions to move things out of committee. Is that kind of what's happening?
I mean, that is certainly a factor. Committee, certainly, and this farm bill in particular, as far as any percent one loss. I know dog trying here, but the House is wanting to pass another solution by the NMB. I don't know, Speaker Johnson, Secretary, exactly the same.
Thank you.
Keep it session. As close to time as I can.
Let Nancy go for
Nancy, I did this year. Nancy, I apologize if I let the record show that the interim team chair recognizes Nancy Fisher. Apologizes.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk on Auburn Valley Northeast hat. And just say that it's obvious 172% because it's SNAP. There's an awful lot of details that never gets funded, never gets even on the horizon. But the aging infrastructure for ag one
was one of the highest priority of the drought task force. And it's almost when you get to DC from prioritization. Of course, people would rather spend money, and I understand. Domestic water is important, but for us, ag water is critical. And we have two of the oldest ones, Bureau of Rec projects in the US. And it just falls through every crack of the end. But there are sections in there that they could actually target help aging infrastructure. And I know the rest of the country doesn't get it. It's a Western issue. So they just wanted to get that.
Sure, that answer. Good question. I'm gonna go keep that on. So can't. I swear. All that.
This is working. So you said that Colorado was like third in the country for foreign owned ag land. Do you know the specifics for Western Slope? And also like which types of crops are being grown in that foreign land? Like is it primarily alfalfa or do you just have more specifics on that?
Don't have any more specifics, but, yeah. That was just.
It actually should be. I want to help by Canada and the European. So, you know, the, a lot of, politicians like to be longer and then, yeah, people say, oh, the great countries, only, US land, but the majority of the always like in Canada, European and Bill Gates and. So, and I checked, I just looked up, I own like 4,000 acres in Colorado. And mainly it's held by news bills. That's a. I assume. Well,
Can we just hold for 1 minute? Can I have you come up and introduce yourself to your question, please?
I'm not asking a question. I call it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if anyone back, if Brad is going to allow me your question, let's come up and use this.
What I wanted to speak to, Mike mentioned the right to repair. And just a brief real world example. That emission sensor on a $100,000 tractor lost me a hay crop. It's a $400 sensor. I could not repair this machine myself without a $12,000 computer program. Cost me $1,500 just to have a equipment mechanic come. I changed the part myself, but he had to come and run the deal to allow the tractor to turn itself back on. Point being is I had a hay crop at its peak ripeness. And by the time 2 weeks later, I was able to get the tractor repaired, that hay crop had gone from being able to fatten the cow to barely being maintenance value, food value for that animal. My point is, I'm all for the environment and keeping our air clean, but it's one thing. I got a neighbor. I'm driving a 47-year-old semi. I had a neighbor in the oil field around here in Grand Junction Services oil field is going to sell a 10-year-old truck. So I took a look at it. That truck cost him $250,000 10 years ago when he bought it. He wanted to sell me that truck, and he told me that the repair bills for the life of that truck were another $250,000. And the same as the truck is what it cost him. This equipment, my semi got 1 million miles on a motor before I had to rebuild it. These semis nowadays that I pass on the highway, these guys can barely get 250,000 miles before they're building. And that cost them $40,000-$50,000 for a new engine. This stuff is ridiculous. Now, it's one thing when you're in an industry that can pass its costs on. Agriculture, we cannot pass our costs on. Luckily, y'all are paying me enough for beef right now that I can afford this. The only reason that happened is because the last 10 years we drove so many of my rancher friends out of business. That's why your beef is so high. We cannot afford to play this game. And this has real world impacts. I really support what EPA and the president is doing, but you got to give us more relief than they are because and my point is, I will not buy a tractor. I'm going to try to buy as old equipment as I can because when I start a tractor, it has to run every day, all day long. I cannot have this happen to a crop. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the farmers and the workers in college, they were ready to repair this is not part of the center, so shares your concerns.
I have one more thing. It's just a fun little fact from the House Farm Bill. We made rotisserie chicken an eligible SNAP expense, so that's not allowed. You were not allowed to buy rotisserie chicken with SNAP, but the House Farm Bill makes it allowed. So soda is a problem, but didn't buy rotisserie chicken. But I was excited about that one.
Also in the Senate, this got news for like everyone loves rotisserie chicken. It's just the biggest deal we got.
So good.
Kid, thank you both very much. I understand that the community center be possibly working for the head of the ag committee. Obviously, we would love to see Senate in that position. So if you can help in any way, we're really excited to the idea of you. I'm sure it's a sure no, but having Colorado, so please send up to the Senate bid. And it's also from the sheriff. All right, we are going to transition into this presentation, and this one, the picture is accurate in all the ways. My friend Leah is going to come up and present to us on Conjunction Business Incubator Center, and they're working communication. Sorry for the delay, but you appreciate being here and
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. This is great and really great questions. I'm Delita Sasmapole, CEO of the Business Incubator Center. We're officially Western Colorado Business Development Corporation. We are 501(c)(3) nonprofit, and we are 40 years old. The organization started in the 80s, in 1985, after the environment that we had here with small businesses and a lot of our industries being completely derailed by in one market. We had amazing people from our community come together, cities, counties come together and say, we're not going to let the communities die. We are going to build solutions from within. We are not going to expect solutions to come from outside. But we have what it takes to make sure that we can create resilient economies. Those resilient economies come with bolstering small businesses, bolstering the industries that we have, and creating a continuum of work that had already been set in motion since pioneering days. So that was the founding of the Business Incubator Center. We are an economic development, business development nonprofit. What we do basically, because a lot of people go, what is economic development? What does economic development do? It is that invisible force that creates resources for economies to thrive. For us, it is small business and entrepreneurship. That is our niche. We look at every industry, every sub-industry, every sector from that lens, how we can create macro solutions and also micro solutions. The macro solutions is the one business at a time. Solutions is subsectors and larger sectors and strategies that can help communities. So the mission is to support launch growth and stabilization of enterprises and then making sure that they have long-term success. The Business Incubator Center helps diversify local economies, and we look at that from time to time with different lenses. This time, we are focusing on ag. That doesn't mean that we're not focusing on industry. It is just because we are in a peculiar time in our communities. Right now, we have a lot of environmental issues, drought, a lot of fights over where should continue in our communities. We want to see it continue with succession. we want to make sure that those exits actually went in continuum of um, outfits and ranching and those orchards and all of that. Also want to make sure that the canals continue feeding into ag and ag orchards and other places so that we can make sure that it is used to what it is built to do. So we partner with a lot of people. We partner with local government, federal government, state government, local entities, nonprofits, associations. We've been a member of Club 20 for many years. It is really important for us that we are a part of the puzzle. There's not one entity that has the solution to all, but we believe that we have what it takes within our communities. So really making sure that we are bringing about useful resources means we have to have feet to the ground, and we have to understand what it means to create solutions. Those solutions a lot of times happen through a plethora of programs. We call them pillars, and those pillars are the baskets where we have a lot of the resources that we bring to the community. We like to say one-stop shop. We have development where people get coaching, subject matter expertise, one-on-one, confidential and free consulting with people who have expertise in every area possible. Specifically, when it comes to ag, people are able to sit and look at over their P&Ls. They are able to create plans. They're able to work through maybe a tougher season and how to overcome hurdles. HR, it keeps changing in the state, tools. So we have to make sure that everyone knows where they stand and how they can do sound decisions for the businesses to continue. Innovation and labs, we have a makerspace with a lot of tools. You can have soil fabrication, wood fabrication, 3D printing. A lot of those electronic labs, they have to encourage prototyping, because when innovation dies in communities inevitably will die. We want to make sure that we don't arrive at the moment where we did not have the necessary tools in place for people to continue activating innovation. So a lot of the people who come to innovate that makerspace may be trying to create a patent of sort, or maybe they're trying to solve a specific problem within their industry. Sometimes that pans out and they're able to patent it and sell it. But then patents were created at the makerspace at the Business Incubator Center. And sometimes it doesn't, but it leads to other innovations and other ways of thinking or to create solutions. So it's just a way to home up here. There also is a way for people who want to get into an industry, but maybe do not want to buy or should not buy 200,000 and hundreds of thousands worth of tools immediately before they make sure that they have a system in place and they understand how that business is going to pan out. So we allow them access to these resources so that they can have a ready plan before they enter the market. With that comes incubating spaces. Those are within our campus areas where we can start up businesses. So it is really limited to startups. And those businesses can stay there only a limited time and they have to go through. The idea is to create resilient businesses that are ready to enter the market, have a good chance to stay in the market successfully, be able to grow and hire people and continue for the ups and downs. And then we work with capital stack. And the capital stack can be in different forms. We are a direct lender. We also leverage funds, and we also do capital. So if a business gets what they need from a bank, if that fits in what we are able to give, we are going to look at either partnering with a bank and be that leverage funder, or we would go in and directly lend them, or sometimes we are able to leverage dollars. And so we started that specific pillar with $75,000 And today we have turned that on to 35 million. Those are dollars out in our community with businesses that are able to hire, to grow, to purchase buildings, and to grow the economies of different sectors. A lot of that are in Orchards and Palisade and East Orchard Mesa. We land only in Mesa County, but we have partners in other counties of that one. And so it is really a pleasure for us and the team to see success that happens compounding year after year. The grants and incentives, we pull whatever resources we can. The biggest one is the AgriPiso, which is a state tax incentive for small businesses, which should use. It is really good. So those grants that I just talked about are very with the businesses, boots on the ground, making sure that businesses are able to sustain and grow. We also focus on strategic initiatives, and Agro West is one of our strategic initiatives. So far, we have not done a job yet, but it's still led by the amazing J.D. Van Winkle. She has been able to lead this strategic initiative for the last 30 years for a federal partnership with the Economic Development Administration. The fellowship ends towards the end of July. Jamie's going to go back to the ranch, and we are hiring for so someone amazing. Please send them our way. Right now, we are under the process of interviewing people. So Agro West is it started with the understanding that our communities need ag. We want to see ag continue. We want to make sure that the strategies that surround ag should be sound and healthy strategies. We also want to make sure that our community are able to utilize resources such as mixed planning, succession planning, fusion of ag tech, and making sure to connect what they're seeing on the ground to policymakers. So not just posing the ideas, but coming up with solutions. And so creating cohorts works, and sometimes creating studies, data programming that makes sense to policymakers is even more essential. We all know the things we know here on why drought is so bad for, say, ranchers, farmers, just in general. But a lot of people don't know that that also affects manufacturers. It also affects transportation. It also affects the continuum of ranching for the generation that is about to take on the mission. It also creates issues for when it becomes hard outside, we are facing battles with policymakers to make them understand that we need people to continue being in ag because that is a national security issue. Food production is important. We all need water, air, and food. And who's going to continue taking up that work if we don't have land adequate to do the work? So strategically, when we started this project with the EDA, was through a very competitive grant. And when we got it, we made sure that it is embedded in our community what the community needs. It is a 5-county project, so it covers Montrose, Delta, Mesa, Garfield, and Rio Blanco. We created a model after the state's Ag Council, where we meet and discuss items and issues pertaining to ag industry. And then we focus on subsectors of ag depending on where the needs come from. Camino al Éxito is all of our programs just in Spanish. It is really aimed at making sure that we have accessibility of resources for our Spanish-speaking community who are entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial, or who would like to be in business, creating businesses. The Circuit Clarity is a project that we partner with the state to help businesses who have reuse those fibers, sell them to other industries who may need them to create a loop of reproduction so that we can have more resilience
the geographic reach of strategy?
Of which program? So that one is Mesa County, and we're about to extend it to other counties. We have shared the model with the state, and a lot of the state SBDCs are carrying some of that too. But for us here in Mesa County, it has a physical space. So we are seeing people come from our field area to utilize the space, but a lot of our people are using it from Mesa County. I know that the business cultivator out in Olathe have access to some of that as well, and we probably will share that. So just real quick, I'll zoom that and then get this question about. We have hold 5% of businesses in Mesa County, so it's really a compelling effect that are all we only measure direct. And what that means is in economic development, and we're all economic developers here, it is very important to look at the ripple effect and the circles around the direct effect as also a measurement for success. For our organization, we have chosen to only focus on direct effect. The reason is because we want to know where the gaps are. We want to also know that what we do, if it actually is creating a successful route. So if a program or a resource directly was able to generate dollars or directly was able to generate jobs, if they took that knowledge and then year 3, utilizing our resource, was able to create jobs, that's community, but we do not. So that's those are the direct effect numbers, what we are able to cope with. In general, for every dollar in the business incubator center, we are able to generate $6 back to the community. And that could be in jobs created, that could be in capital formation, that could be in increased sales. And a lot of times we look at that as assets that stay in our community, or knowledge that stays in our community. Okay, and just in last year, we were focusing heavily on jobs last year because of the shape of the economy, and we wanted to make sure that communities do not have gaps in certain workforce continuation for some industries. We noticed that there was a little dip in hiring people in the fourth quarter of 24. So 25 was a year where we focused heavily on making sure that all industries are ready and have the capacity to put their economy so that they can hire people. And those jobs are resilient because we only measure them after they are full-time paid after 6 months. So continue that full-time job 6 full months, and then we go back and make sure that those jobs are still there, and so that we are able to claim that the job actually exists. And then we do check-ins with the businesses. Right now, we have 112 businesses on our campus, with roughly 700 businesses out in the community. On our campus, they're startups. Outside the campus, they're not startups. They are existing businesses in our gave a lot of loans and created a lot of information for our community and made sure that we have new amazing businesses that enter the market successfully and enrich our communities with new ideas. Okay, so this is a gets a lot of visits, and we do give tours. Everyone is welcome to come to our event. And while it is really flattering to get visits from policymakers and people in government, what's really important is that they understand they are business incubator center. We are doing and what our community needs, something that they have to fall back to create strategies and decisions and policies that work for our communities. So we take that as a moment for us to share and to put businesses in touch with policymakers. While throughout the tour, we're able to businesses to directly ask the decision makers idea. And you know, sometimes it's great conversations, and sometimes it's hectic policymakers. And I think it's really important because a lot of times what we communities go through needs to be seen firsthand by policymakers, especially when making decisions, so that they are able to create good decisions that actually can help communities. Jamie and Nathan Perry from Basic University and Jamie from Statistics was here. Don't know when, but I think at least maybe a few months back, and presented to you our AgriWest economic impact study that we did for all 5 counties. And the study was fairly large, about 47, 48 pages. We did 3 parts. We took census, we did our own survey, and we did an in-plan economic modeling study. And the reason we did it is because we wanted to make sure that we have a study to point to for the areas and the policies that need to happen, the lack of certain strategies and solutions that needs to be in place. We also wanted to make sure that we know what's missing within the industries by directly connecting people in economic development and the people to each other. So that was super fun too. We were just recently awarded the indicator in the world that was out of 33 countries, 12 different organizations. Yes. Yes. Yes, this one.
I want to thank you specifically, Jamie. We didn't have Jamie speak to us in the meeting. I had that. He introduced at different meetings, 3 or 4 different ones. The benefit is instead of just saying anecdotally this affects out here or here, the data is so important. So when I say ag irrigation is important, I can tie it right to the data, the jobs, the economic benefits. So it really was hugely. And so thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's my pleasure, and it's an honor to be able to help in small ways, really. I think the results of the study, it's not rocket science for a lot of people in ag. We all know the issues and the challenges that we face. But putting data to those challenges and being able to say, here's how the policy is affecting our community directly, and here's how those data points are able to actually be used to create solutions instead of just you hearing from us over and over again that these things are not working. Now we can point to a place and a way for us in a good, probably in a more collaborative way. Yes.
Hold on here. You know that this study was practical. Oh, let's do that.
This study was primarily for this area, but is there access to this study for?
Yes, so I have a Scan Me QR coming up here soon, but it is on our website, gjincubator.org, and you just go through West and it's right there. If you can't find it, reach out, please. I'm very happy to share it. We've been out to all 5 counties and presented on it. Whatever you need, we need the study to be out and used. Please use it. Please make it yours. We did it because we believe that this is important for our community. So we don't want to just sit and collect this. When we started this strategic process, the federal government wanted from us solutions that are scalable. They wanted to be able to look at the challenges we have here in our region, in our 5-county region, and to be able to take what we create and plug it into other areas in the nation that could utilize those resources and those solutions. Right now, Some of the solutions we were able to create being tested in Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina. That's the slow affecting the rest of the nation. We are extremely proud of that. At the same time, we're also sober of the idea that we need solutions in our communities. We need continuum. We need to make sure that our communities thrive. For that, we have to discuss about the challenges. When we look at an aging community, aging life structure, and other policies that are having that, all of these have to fall in place at the same time. You can't have solutions happen 10 years at a time. You have to find solutions for succession planning and transition into accessibility into the industry more or less as soon as we can. Water infrastructure needs real revamp. We need to make sure that we are working with policymakers and decision makers closely to see that happen. And then at the same time, to make sure that food production continues. And food production at scale is really important because that's what we need. So, yes, please. Oh, there's another one. Yes.
Julie, is there anyone looking at the marketing of Western Colorado beef, grass-fed beef, through specialty produce organic type cattle?
I believe that there was once try from the state to do be like a marketing campaign about Colorado beef. I think a lot of it isn't a lot of it going to Kansas and then being exported from Kansas to Taiwan and other places. I think that was one of the things when we looked closely at Colorado beef. It's not directly exporting from here; it's exporting from another point. But yeah, great point. I'll take that with me. Thank you. Yes.
Just a reminder, most of our major commodities, including beef and lamb, either standard national chocolate boards, and that's a great job. So that's a resource that's out there.
They stayed where? Sorry,
I their state and national checkoff boards for our commodity groups, so that is their responsibility. So that resources is out there in the morning.
Yeah. Some of the solutions that we were able to implement immediately throughout the fellowship, about the first 30 months really of creating AgriWest and building that up was we were in talks with District 51 how we can serve whole beef in schools, in our local schools. And this discussion is not new. Ranchers have been talking with the school district for a long time to try to find a way. And it is not, they don't want to, it is just some strange state regulation process. But it worked because everyone came to the table and was really optimized solutions about how can help our young generation eat local beef. Today, local beef is served at the school district. It was just renewed for another year, and we are talking to other districts in the state of Colorado to do the same program within their school districts. So that's super exciting. There was a regional transportation planning group, and for the first time, an ag person was at the table, able to talk about the challenges of transportation on roads, building new roads, and how that sometimes tension. And so I think that took that being able to have a platform that has information but also access to collaboration is really important because they didn't know. It's not that they didn't want to at the table, it was just that they had not thought about it being the pension user. We partnered with, this was a multi organizational partnership. So we partnered with BLM, we partnered with state, and then CSU Extension to create these multi-use signs that we placed at trailheads. It is the trailheads that you can see cattle while you're biking or hiking at. So we made sure that these signs basically inform people and educate. So people who are enjoying this beautiful area, either touristing or maybe just outdoor recreating, to understand that we are sharing this land together, users, and that we want we want people to recreate and enjoy this beauty. We also want to make sure that the cows can graze, so it can create that beautiful landscape that we have. So that was a huge success. We had a lot of people who are biking come out and chat with us. We used a tent while we were launching it, and we did a little bit of survey there. A lot of people were able to share their opinions and how they enjoy learning more, and that learning was not always as easy and accessible to everyone. So that was a positive interaction. One of the things that I really enjoy the most about Ag West is that we, from the beginning, wanted to create a cohort about ag tech. So we have an aging community, and exit planning and succession planning is on top of mind for our producers. We need to make sure that we infuse with appropriate technology. And there's a lot of tech out there. There are specific solutions. So we wanted to make sure that we are visiting with places within our 5-county region, and those tours are actually at places that are utilizing tech. And then we see right there then how that is being utilized and and the accessibility of those tools. We had about 5 of those workshops in those areas, and we're about to start the remaining of that. So, and we're hoping to continue with those workshops in the next years. I do believe that it always helps people ask, if they're using vents or whatever they are using of tech, to try it out and ask what challenges our fellow is using. We have a lot of interest in drones, and that could be something that maybe Club 20 wants to look at, because there's FAA rules on drones, but it's also something that helps community with those solutions. Maybe some exception. Unfortunately, we had some wildfires last year as well, and that was very lucky that although the wildfires were horrible, that no animals died, no cats died. And I do believe that that's thanks to all of our policymakers, county officials, associations, ranchers, farmers, state officials, our senators, everyone was involved in trying to make sure that the information is up to date, making sure that everyone hears the right things at the right time, and moving things, make sure that what impacts users are able to find solutions. I'm not saying that all solutions were found, but one solution was found from one of the presentations that Janie did for AgriWell Builders Association, ladies were going on a trip, and from there towards Wheaty Cascade, and talked about, and they donated 900 fence posts to recreate those. And those were delivered, and they were given to a lot of people who had lost, fortunately. Really grateful for that. 9 families were able to replace the posts, and they went even taking those fence posts and cleaning them in a way that needed to be done to not make sure that the
receiving that to have to work on those facts. I'm not very well, versed in how fence posting works, but I saw them, they were amazing and they looked really cool. And so just really excited about how strategic ideas and plans are able to create solutions that makes. All right, that's the study. And we really found from there something really interesting that I think we talked about is that the people who were interviewed that were under 50, they did not know that they are the succession. The people who were interviewed that were above 50 were saying that people under 50 are the succession. So I'm just going to leave it here. I'm not going to discuss it. But something really important for the community, and we need to talk about it. We are on our way of putting together some cohorts and confidential to discuss some of those with families. We're right now working with quite a few, but cohorts are planning 2, 3, 4 years, 10 years. It's never too late. Lots of success stories. We love our small businesses. You can come anytime and ask us about them. We'll share their stories. We'll send you their way. Please shout local wherever you can. Let's see. Is it in the next? Yes, I'm just going to put that QR code so that box. Thank you. Once my clicker works, I always have to. All right, so these are the numbers that are kind of scary, but it's good to know. 71%, 72% of all users. Also, we have an aging community, so majority of our users are over 65. And we also realized that a lot of our producers have to have other avenues of funding. So either they are into agritourism, or they create other, or they have jobs. Because ag is not fully funding the family and the jobs that they are creating. So there are solutions for that as well. And diversification is great. We do want more of that. Okay. Let's see. This is the QR. That works. I'm happy to field any other questions. Yes.
Can I just have some programs here?
Yes.
This study is on the 20 section. And you cannot scan that moment it's on that.
Good morning, and thank you, Holly Spitchfield, Rio Blanco County. So how do you see the program over the next 5 years or so, and how will it be?
So we are committed to keeping it. The Business Incubator Center, when we started this, it was not supposed to ever be a one and done. We realized that when we commit to something, and anything really at the Business Incubator Center, we make sure that there's continuing for that. Right now, it is going to be funded by the Business Incubator Center. We are in serious talks with USDA who wants to come alongside us, but we are open to partnerships, county, state, that want to come in and focus more on that. We have just scratched the surface of this. Although Janie has done so much and such amazing work with Aqua, we are just now starting to see the momentum building and really remove those barriers, not recreating the wheel over and over in all the subsectors. It's essential because you want to make sure that solutions are actually transformational. So we are committed to continuing the program. It is going to funding to give not for the program, but looking at
funding community specific, yeah, yes, need, yes.
I just wanted to say, as a rancher from Moffett County, I'm envious of what you all have done, and specifically what Jamie has. The what I've seen from afar, how you revitalized and brought agriculture in your community together is admirable. And so I would really hope my Moffett County Commissioner would think about joining you. You all have done some really admirable work here, and I really hope that.
Thank you. It's easy to do it when the community is so good. Yes.
So, these are also to the part of the you this year, as they make it county small producers. So, they heavily rely on local conferences what needs and consumers. And so, we don't have a USDA facility here.
Yeah.
Very development or
Yeah.
collaboration in terms of your
Talks with USDA to find solutions for Mason County and Rockville County. Yes.
And then we're gonna move on.
See that speed?
I don't know, Southwest, I just like to bring everyone's attention to what's happening in Norman. It's a very interesting political dynamic there. I want to go positive things in my opinion in Central County, and that between certainly older Norman and the younger ag oriented county commissioner Gleason. There's some potential there. So that's moving forward with general politics here.
I just want to clarify that the business incubator center, we are now political, industry agnostic, and but we all need to.
Some more subtle.
Hey, might not be insightful, might not be like that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, with that, we are gonna move on to the last bit of business on our agenda for the Ag Committee, and that is our updates. We have 3 that are up to the call. So now, there's some action. Just one of the first here. I guess it's okay. That's the stance of it. Okay, fine, sorry, you lost.
Committee chair. One, it's the guiding principle. So what I have to do is not reinvent resolutions. Over there, there's a handout called Sustaining that talks about all the interactions with recreation, water, ag. So we knew we had to move to guiding principles that were wrong. These fit, the first 2 fit directly under sustaining economic ag. So I would suggest I would volunteer to sit down with Brandon and we can bring back administratively. I don't think it has to be done in a big meeting to just add these as what we're retiring and they get incorporated under ag economics. This is number 1. And then I will say, we redid the river ag land trial. We piggybacked on a water resolution. It was done jointly by ag and water, and we redid that in March, I think. So we just need to tie them together. It's administrative stuff. And I would suggest we bring all 3 back to the committee and do some housekeeping.
And I would do that. You state what you're saying, say that you're suggesting that the advisor now But I should have been. So that after that, before I.
I do. Because my motion, was going to be that these all get referred back to the ag advisory committee. I'm not sure why that was bypassed. And, there's just as I flipped through these and was hit with them this morning, there was a lot of edits, a lot of concern. So that's gonna be my motion, but my heartburn with guiding principles has always been, it turns into a word salad document. And so I think we really need to be careful about that. So with that said, I'll just cut to the chase and I will make a motion that these three resolutions get referred back to the ag advisory panel to be reviewed before the December meeting.
And as the author of several of these resolutions, I'm probably old enough to have done that. I will second that.
So that's my nation. From the determination to go back to the advisory panel.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
To speak up, I got an email and cannot hear us.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. I support the direction this is going in. I was just going to simply on the ag related ballot initiatives on the second, whereas we need to do this, but ag or the economic impacts to ag producers. It talks about the age not understanding how animals have to be cared for. So economic impact is just not in there right now. So that because I don't think I'll be on the ag subcommittee. And then secondly, I would ask, is there any possibility that can be cleaned up and represented at the fall conference? Although I'm not sure how well attended Friday is going to be.
Yeah, so somebody they would need to go to the policy this is that.
Okay.
And could you have that language on to either myself or either mommy?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments on my motion and answer? Okay, then I actually look at that. No other comments. I will call the question. I want the motion to all of these resolutions back to. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, same sign. So. We shall adjourn slightly early.
Yeah.
The meeting and we got time should we go back?
Let's go back. Water starts at 10:30 sharp.
Sure. Makes sense.
And so they might not be. Funny that.
I love
I have it planned fine. Thank you.
So.
And so, such a, as also just like it. In accordance with the city, should selection is open to both safety and gas. So, so please be sure that you are using the microphone, that you are close to the microphone. Do not shout out questions here, but wait. Those of you online, bear with us. We love tech. We love tech like Zoom, but it's not always perfect. So we're going to do our best on our end to make sure you can hear. And on your end, sometimes, at least in my experience, sometimes it's my computer that's causing the problem, not necessarily the sound system. I want to introduce or thank especially our sponsors today. You Water, of course, is always so wonderful and generous about letting us use this wonderful facility. So thank you, You Water. We have great venue and lunch sponsors. Again, Chevron and Atmos Energy. Always appreciate them. And our water committee sponsor, KLJ Engineering. Thank you very, very much. And we greatly appreciate your support. Are there any other announcements I'm missing?
Thank you.
I was just gonna add one brief statement. When you do ask a question, please say what your name is for the vote.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we've got some good topics and we've got some wonderful speakers this morning. Earlier this morning, I know we had a couple questions. Wendell, I know, was asking about what the status is of the fund EIS and the ROD and what the status is of the negotiations and so on Colorado River. And we can perhaps provide some additional enlightenment on that topic window. So we have today Raquel Winter from the Colorado River. I think you all know Raquel from the state regional water resources. Lindsay is with her as well, Deputy Director of Communications for the River District. The River District is blessed with fabulous staff. And Raquel is truly somebody else said part of the team. So thank you so much, Raquel. Really appreciate you being here. I 70 these days. It was closed again with the detour this morning. So, Raquel, thank you.
Yes, I'm not Andy Mueller. I apologize. But hopefully I'll be able to answer questions and be helpful in the discussion. So Lindsay is over there and she'll join me soon. But what I was asked to speak about was what's going on with interstate issues. And we'll also give a brief update on Shoshone, as well as some of the drought actions that the River District has taken this year. It has been a very, very challenging year for water managers across the West. But before I start, we always like to just give a bit of a background on who the River District is. We're a local government. We were formed in the 30s to lead in the protection, conservation, use and development of water resources, basically protect West Slope water and West Slope water users. But we have the second piece of our mission, which is to safeguard for Colorado all waters of the Colorado state is entitled. And that is the piece that is really tied into the interstate negotiations. We cover 15 counties on the Western Slope. So most of Club 20 falls within our district boundaries, as you can see here on the map. Definitely diverse counties, but we exist to protect the West Slope. And we are, our money, our funding comes from property owners, right? Part of your property taxes come to the River District. So really, we are here for what you all need, for what your counties need. So please reach out. And you know, if you hear something from us that you disagree, we're also all ears. All right. So this is the issue. I'm gonna put this over here. Snowpack peaked 1 month early at approximately half of median. And this chart shows the dire situation. So median peak happened usually on April 6th at 16 inches of snow. This year it peaked March 9th at close to 9 inches of snow. And
Water equivalent.
snow water equivalent. Yeah. And this is as measured on the snow tell site. So that's right, there's that. But it was very early, and I think what is the most alarming thing of this graph is the red line is the worst in history from the snow tell sites. And the black line is 2026. In March, we were at half of the worst conditions we had historically. And that, I think, made everyone very concerned about what the year was going to look like. Thankfully, in April and May, we did get some precipitation and we just moved mostly horizontally. So we caught up in May with these worst historical conditions and we kind of followed it. So it's all relative, right? You could say it was definitely to what conditions we had in March, but still pretty dire. And this is a graphic we really appreciate the Colorado Climate Center putting together. It shows for every year, and this record is over 100 years. So every dot on this map represents a year, and it's plotted against precipitation on the x-axis. So the driest conditions are on this side of the wetter conditions on this side, and then vertically hotter conditions are at the top, cooler conditions are at the bottom. So when we're talking about warm, dry conditions, this is the top left of this graph. 2026 is the hottest year we've had on record. This is for the state of Colorado, but Colorado Basin. So Western Slope of Colorado, 2026, clearly the hottest year. It's not the driest year. Here are some years for comparison. 77 was the driest year on record. 2002 was the second driest. 2026 is the not the driest. So at least we have that. But and right, this reflects or impacts the river flows throughout the West. And this is just an example of the Colorado River at Cameo gauge, but other gauges throughout the district don't look that different. Some look worse, some look better, but similar story. Like the Colorado River at Cameo peaked at 20% of median. Median is 19,000 CFS. That's the vertical axis, and it normally happens around June 3rd. Last year, if you remember, was not a great year. Last year we had a peak time-wise very similar, June 4th, of 8,000 CFS. This year, we peaked at less than 4,000 CFS in middle of May. But at some point in April, we thought the peak had already happened end of March. And thankfully, there was precipitation in April and May, as I've mentioned before. So then we had the real peak here in May, and we had another peak in end of May, which was very similar. So, you know, in terms of timing, you did get these waves, but they were all very small relative to average conditions. And I did want to touch on Blue Mesa Reservoir. I know this is not necessarily top of mind for all of the counties here, but I'm sure it is for several of you. Blue Mesa Reservoir is the largest reservoir in the state of Colorado, and it's in a really dire situation. It is at the lowest level in history for this time of the year. Black line is 2026, and it shows its elevation. You can see a few, it's coming off a little bit, but you can see 2022 and 2002 here on this graph. And usually what happens with Blue Mesa, in the shaded areas in the back show kind of different bands of historical condition for the reservoir. But in general, it follows this pattern where May and June, all of this shaded area, it spikes up because that's when you have peak spring runoff. And so, you know, inflows into the reservoir increase and the reservoir goes up. This year, black line, what happened? Nothing, right? We just continue to drop. Inflows into Blue Mesa this year are the lowest on record. And it has, this is the implication to the reservoir. And here you can see some reference. So Blue Mesa has a winter target that is 7,490 feet, way above where we're at. The USGS did an algal bloom studies at Blue Mesa relatively recently and showed that below elevation 7470, that's when you start seeing these algal blooms. We're well below that elevation. Recreational impacts more severely happen at 7450. We're also well below that. And the projections for Blue Mesa look terrible. It's projected to go below Power Pool this fall. So really a very similar situation to what we're seeing at Powell. The implications of being below Power Pool are not as severe for Blue Mesa as for Powell, because Powell has infrastructural issues. We'll talk a little bit more. But the lowest Blue Mesa has ever been was in 2022, and it's projected to go below that historical level, minimum level, and drop below Power Pool under the minimum probable scenario in October, and be close to dead pool fall of 2027. And because of that, the River District has engaged in a lot of conversations with the Bureau of Reclamation, the state of Colorado, large water users in the basin, to try to modify operations for Blue Mesa. And operations have been modified. The Aspinall unit, which Blue Mesa is a part of, was releasing over 15 CFS. It is now at around 1250, so it has dropped over 300 CFS in its releases. That has impacts to recreation downstream for sure. There's less water flowing through the Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park. And the target flows for the fish at the White Water Gauge near Junction is now at 500. CFS. Usually in the summer, that target is 1050. So it's less than half of what the summer targets are ideally at. But if we run out of water, then there will be no water, right? For the fish downstream. So it's a balance for sure. And now I'll move over to interstate issues, and I like the simplified map, and I'll just briefly go over it. So this shaded blue area is the boundaries of the district. Around 65% of the flows below natural flows below Lake Powell are generated within boundaries. And you can see the 4 states of the basin and the 3 states in the lower basin, Nevada. You can see Lake Powell, Lake Mead, and all of that will come into play during the next few slides. Forecast for Lake Powell, and Lake Powell is the storage bucket for the upper basin in terms of accounting of Colorado River Compact and whatnot. In November, the most probable forecasts of inflows to Powell were over 8 million acre feet. They forecast just consistently dropped throughout the water year, and they have, stabilized at over 3 million acre feet, which is very little water. This is inflows to Powell for the whole water year. For comparison, on average, water usage in the upper basin is a little over 4 million acre feet. Usage in the lower basin is 11 million acre feet. So just to contextualize how little it is, and on average, historically, over 8 million acre feet has been released out of Powell every year. But if you only have 3 coming in and you're releasing 8, you can see how Powell has been dropping over the years. And it is currently at only 5.5 million acre feet right now. That's all the water that is in Powell. But most of this water is below Powell pool. Elevation right now at Powell is 3523. And the next slide, we'll talk about this elevation problems with it. So this is a diagram of Glen Canyon Dam, which is the dam that forms Lake Powell. And there are some critical elevations. Until recently, the Bureau of Reclamation was trying to protect elevation 35 to 25. So it was saying, to protect this elevation, we will at times need to release water of initial units, which consist of Flaming Gorge, Blue Mesa, and Navajo reservoirs. As I showed you on the previous slide, we're at 3523. We're below this drought response operations agreement target elevation protection. And that protection was for to provide a 35 vertical foot buffer to protect minimum power pool elevation of 3490. And at minimum power pool, above power pool, water is released out of Glen Canyon Dam through through this dark blue tunnels, and they turn turbines, produce power. When water elevation drops below power pool, the only way to release water out of the desert is through the light blue tunnels. These river outlet works is what they're called, and there are cavitation issues with this outlet. There's uncertainty. They were not designed to operate consistently, to be the only outflow from Canyon. Because of that, the Reclamation is trying to protect an elevation above 3490. And in a more recent document, they said they want to protect 3,500, which gives you a 10-foot buffer. We'll see what the final EIS does, but it's very concerning. And what has happened this year, because of the dry conditions and the lack of buff in these reservoirs is that the Bureau of Reclamation took two major steps. One, to put more water into the reservoir, the other one to take less water out of the reservoir. So they are making releases out of Flaming Gorge, which is the only upper initial unit that has enough water to do this. And they were saying, oh, we'll release 660,000 acre feet to 1 million acre feet, but all of the modeling right now from the Bureau is assuming 1 million acre foot release out of Flaming Gorge. These releases started end of April. They don't happen instantaneously. So it's throughout a whole year. So these operations will end April of 2027. And the other thing is Powell releases have been reduced from 7.5 million acre feet to 6 million acre feet for water year 2026. That water year ends end of September. So we're close to the end of the water year. But these two actions are not enough to prevent Powell from falling below Powell pool next water year. Powell is projected to drop below minimum power pool this winter. And these change in operations also have impacts to mead. When you are only releasing 6 million acre feet out of Powell, less water is going into mead, and mead also is dropping. And mead is projected to go below the elevation 1035, and below that elevation, power production at mead falls by 70%. So, there are consequences down the road. The other thing that I think is important to talk about is the Colorado River Compact has language specifying 10-year running cumulative flows at Lee Ferry, a point right below Lake Powell. And the compact states that 10-year cumulative flows has to be 75 million acre feet of water. But with the drop in releases out of Powell this year from 7.5 to 6, the 10-year cumulative flows at Lee Ferry will drop below 82.5. And you just heard me say, well, it's 75. 82.5 is above 75. We should be fine. Well, yes and no. So there is a lot of difference in interpretation of the compact. Yeah. And the lower basin believes the 10-year threshold is not 75, but 82.5. And when we drop below that line, the lower basin states have said in public that they could litigate. And as you can see here, we will drop below that line by the end of this water year. And the other issue is that even if you think the line is 75, which is what the upper basin believes, when we look into the future and look at different projections for releases out of Powell, if we have continuous dry conditions and if we releases 6 million acre feet consistently out of Powell, we drop below 75 over 10 in 2029. So we don't know what the future will hold, but that is, I think, a big concern for us at the River District, but I think for all of the upper basin states. So, as you have heard, the guidelines for how to operate Lake Powell and Lake Mead, they expire this year, end of the water year, so very end of September. And negotiations around post-2026 operations have been happening for the last few years. It has been very contentious, and the 7 states have been able to come to an agreement of how the reservoirs should be operated. But the federal government's running out of time. They have to have guidelines by the end of September max, because October 1st, they need to know what to do. And there have been many deadlines that have been missed. The final environmental impact statement for post-2026 operations are supposed to come out this month. We hear next week, but as stated here, many of these deadlines have been missed. So until we see something, there's nothing out there. I will say though, that there has been a preliminary preferred alternative, at least the skeleton of it, kind of discussed by the Bureau. And originally the time frame for post 2026 operations was 20 years. That's the same timeline for the 07 guidelines. They were 20 years. So this preliminary alternative would be a 10-year framework, but really it's a two-year guidelines that every 2 years are renegotiated, which puts a lot of stress on all the negotiators and a lot of uncertainty to all water users throughout the basin. This alternative has a maximum of 3 million acre foot shortage or reduction in use in the lower basin. It has Lake Powell releases from 5 to 12 million acre feet. Historically, Powell releases were not possible at that level of 5. So the 6 million acre foot this year is due to a 2-year environmental impact statement that had that as a possibility. And this one is talking about 5. And to be fair, there could be a future where not even 5 is possible, in my opinion. There's a water conservation pool of water for the upper basin and the lower basin, 3 million acre foot in Powell for the upper basin, 8 million for the lower basin in Lake Mead. And it does have language around release of water from the upper initial units, Flamingo Gorge, Blue Mesa, and Navajo, in line with their decision, even though there's a lot of interpretation of what that means as well. And I think this is almost the end of my slides, but the more recent development around these post-2026 guidelines. The Bureau of Reclamation is going to give $100 million to the Upper Colorado River Commission, which is the commission that all the 4 upper basin states are part of. And that $100 million is for water conservation programs in the upper basin. What does that mean? Basically paying people to fallow their lands or to reduce their usage of water in some way. So you pay people voluntarily, participation is not mandatory. It's a voluntary program. It will likely operate in 2027, 2028. The Colorado River Commission would give this money to the 4 upper basin states. So the state of Colorado, through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, would run the program in Colorado. The CWCB at their board meeting last week talked about this for the first time. They will need to adopt criteria by their next meeting in September. And part of this program, and this is a positive thing, I believe, which is the intent of this program is to account for the conserved water and get credit for it in Lake Powell or another upper initial unit, or maybe even another reservoir for use at a later date by the upper basin. It is being referred to as a stepping stone or a building block program. And here's where the River District, not only here, but this is part of where the River District has a lot of issues with this program. The River District does believe that a water conservation program is really inevitable for our future. It's a way that the basin can contribute and be part of the solution. But there has been a number of pilot programs around water conservation in our state, and it's always been run in this, it's five. And I don't know, this is going to be what, maybe 5th time we're doing a pilot, and you can call it a stepping stone. But you know, it's still not clear sideboards on a program that likely will be here for many years. And we have asked the state for this and a number of times, and we are now here, right? Oh, we got $100 million. We need criteria in 2 months. And a piece of this is that, and I think you'll all understand this, every sub-basin is very different. And it's hard for a state entity to fully understand these nuances. And local involvement is really important to make a program like this successful. And having 2 months to figure out criteria doesn't allow for that. And how will you have involvement in these programs? This is some of the River District's high-level principles around water conservation programs. We do think it needs to protect Colorado's interest and maintain program integrity. And this is linked to making sure we're accounting for the water that we're saving. In the past, these pilot programs, you didn't do that. So there was no benefit, long-term benefit for the water saved. This second point, I think, is actually quite critical and probably the #1 concern for the River District, that it includes all sectors and geographies that consume Colorado water. And actually, this map shows the red dots on this map show participation in the last rounds of system conservation pilot program. All participation was on the western slope. There was no participation in the Front Range. And Front Range uses significant amounts of Colorado River water. We believe they should participate. And there is one criteria, in the CWCB packet, and if you have questions later, I actually have a slide that's hidden on these 14 bullet points from the CWCB meeting. It says that they will run this program through existing authorities. And there are questions on what that exactly means, but I think part of our interpretation is that there won't be active shepherding. To do that, you would need new authorization. And so how we potentially see this program is, or for you to participate, you have to be very close to the state line so that there's no water user downstream from you that could take the water conserved. Or that the water you conserve, you can store it in a reservoir and release it at a later time when there are no calls on the river, or during winter conditions where you can make the water reach its final destination more easily. But if that is true, you likely limit participation throughout the state. So those two we see as being in conflict in their guidelines, where how do you ensure participation throughout the state if you can only operate under existing authorities? And really, at the end of the day, our concern is our communities and the negative impact a program like this could have if really only 2 communities or a few communities are the target of a program like this. What are the secondary economic impacts of this? What is the threshold when businesses that heavily rely on ag go out of business? And then you have long-term impacts that are potentially irreversible. And that to us, is a huge concern. And part of the reason why we believe you need thoughtful sideboards for a program of this magnitude that now has $100 million of funding for 2 years. That's massive. With that, I will turn it over to Lindsay.
Andrew, I know we're running out of time here. Do I have 4 minutes for the good news?
My name's Lindsay DeFreitas. I'm Public Information Officer with the Colorado River District. I have just a few slides about some of the other work. You all requested a quick update on Shoshone and a little bit of a sneak peek summary of the work we've been doing in response to these extreme drought conditions within the western slope of the summer, it's been a lot and keeping us pretty busy, but I'm going to move fast. All right, so we had great news in May. The Department of Interior announced the release of $40 million of funding to help support the Shoshone Water Rights Preservation Project. And this is because of the work of our constituents and our congressional representation, nonstop advocacy on behalf of the Western Slope, and bringing up the importance of these water rights that bridge the divide between red and blue, east and west, and all water sectors of use. We had Representative Jeff Hurd going to the mat again and again in the current administration on our behalf, and we just really recognize his timely advocacy was a huge part of what got this money shaken loose. We're in the process of contracting it with the Bureau right now, and while I'm sure most of you in this room know that that's not a simple process, it is moving along, and we should have some really good news and some final agreements in the next few months around that. So I just wanted to bring that forward here because a lot of the organizations and government entities represented in this group have just been so integral in making this project happen. That's a huge list of different organizations that have committed over 97 million in funding, and we just wanted to recognize you. So again, thank you so much, and we're again super excited that this happened. Moving right along, a summary of a very complex system of response. I'm stealing a little bit of your time to bring this forward because it has been so impactful. Raquel mentioned that in March, we were looking at conditions which exceeded historical exceptionality when it came to drought. A storage pool in Green Mountain Reservoir called the Historic Users Pool was only going to fill perhaps 10% what we thought in March. And for context, that pool has never not filled completely. It's about 66,000 acre feet, and it provides augmentation water that protects a lot of different towns and municipalities, as well as irrigation districts along the main stem. What we saw happening was that those entities that provide drinking water to small and large towns were actually going to be curtailed because their augmentation source had not filled, and there were no plan Bs or Cs or wherever we are in the alphabet at this point to provide contingencies. So the River District was able to work to approach the Grand Valley Water Users Association and the irrigators that have significant senior water rights here in your communities, and their willingness to recognize their impact on the entire system and to diminish their full legal call for water that allow for us to set up a program with the state to provide emergency supplemental water supply for that augmentation pool. It was, unprecedented is the word we throw around, but that level of collaboration and an ability to come and discuss these complex issues was so much appreciated. I did want to steal some time just to let you know that that's happening, and they were allowed us to fill up storage pools that will hopefully support irrigators later into the season as well. So those interests in ag here in the Grand Valley are being protected. The timeline was just so important that they were willing to show up and say, we're going to not make our full call while this gets set up. They are still not making the full call at the cameo as they look at the health of the overall system. So I didn't want today to go by without bringing forward recognition for that willingness to work on a problem. The Colorado River District and our constituents, we get things done. This is a summer of action while all of these other questions are pending, while so many discussions around policy seem to go nowhere. But that's only because of the folks that show up to work on it together. So I did want to take time to say that. And then I know that you all are aware that all our seminar is on September 18th. And I know I also need to express appreciation for flexibility and willingness on behalf of Club 20 to move plans. We have agreement with CMU for the 11th of September, which turned out was not in the books the way I thought it was. And so I would ask if you don't register on this code, I'm going to offer a complimentary registration to all members of the Club 20 organization. I know that it conflicts with some of your really important conversations. And I just wanted to name that I tried to avoid that. And I'm very much sorry that that's how it ended up. I hope we get to see you throughout the day. And I think that we're going to have some interesting conversations. We have some representation from the lower basin. JB Hamby is going to be back stage, sitting down with Andy Mueller. And if you've been waiting to see that conversation happen live, please join us. We'll make sure that it's also recorded. So if you have any questions about this, concerns, or otherwise, please feel free to reach out to me or catch me before. Thank you so much. Let's get back to questions for Raquel. You're not on the hot seat, so don't.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lynn. Yep.
So, thank you, that was great. Sometimes we have great presentations, but we run short of time for both question and answer as well as just discussion. And this topic of the Colorado River, what's going to happen post September 20, and perspectives of people on how how it affects them, I think is really an important conversation. So we have left half an hour essentially for questions and answer and discussion. If we don't use it all, that's fine. Jason Allman will be online ready to talk to us, but I did want to make sure we had plenty of time. So yeah, go ahead.
Couple of things. First, I apologize. We are not adjourning at 12:30 a.m. That's title on my part. Please forgive me.
It's okay. We can filibuster.
I'm not giving you your time. Technically, we had to leave, so I think Brad is pitch hitting for questions in the back. Please state your name for the folks online, and please wait for the mic to get you.
I want to start with the guy.
Great. Go ahead, Brad.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name's Hannah Hall, and I live here in Grand Junction. I work for American Redlands. And I just wanted to pick up on what Raquel was saying about this contribution program that the CWCB is rushing to set up by the end of September, which just came alarmingly fast. But I did want to comment that one of their existing authorities for shepherding water is that water can get moved to in-stream flow rights. And there are several of those that are pretty close to the state line. And the state is actually using that for a small amount of water in the provisional accounting program that for Colorado River Commission has put together to kind of test out this crediting system. So I think it's Pueblo water through the Ewing Ditch is actually getting delivered to the 15-mile reach. And so that is a small amount of water in this case, but that does provide a mechanism to take Trans Mountain water that would otherwise go over the hill and bring it all the way from the divide down to the state line. So that's one of the things that I'm interested in doing with this new program is really encouraging them to use that kind of authority so that we're getting as much benefit as we can out of the water that we're moving around. Instead of just concentrating it, close to the state line, like Mel was saying.
I think that's a great point. And I am curious to see the counting on the provisional counting because, at times some of these programs, the amount of water trying to track is a challenge. And I think it's probably partially why all the reason why there's a criteria in this bullet list from the CWCB that has something around the size of the acreage participating. Because I think if it is too small, there might be a challenge in accounting, but I think that's a great one.
We got two more back here, Marty. We got.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Wendy. So two in the back and then Wendy.
Good afternoon. My name is Cody Kennedy. I'm with the Junction City Council. Spent a lot of time on this issue, like a lot of us are recently. A lot of commentary about how much water is being delivered down below the area or police area. But the issue about the lower river basin probably receiving an average of about 11 million acre feet per year versus us consuming about 4 million acre feet per year. And they are continually to demand more and take more. That conservation issue is a challenge, and I'm all for conservation, but really my hope is, and I heard the state engineer comment on this recently, is that conservation efforts are to refill our reservoirs within our state to retain that water to whatever extent we can instead of delivering it down below. I realize that the 1922 compact necessitates that we do deliver water, but there's a lot of us here, including the city of Grand Junction, that have some compact 1911 where we can retain that water. GBIC is another great example. A pre-compact section that allows us to exercise those back then. So that's my focus, is to say conservation, yes, but for the sake of our state and our local agriculture, hold on to that water whatever extent you can, rather than look downstream.
I think it's a great point. Actually, I should offer River District's principles of conservation. We have to that that need to share it. That would be of interest, but preamble that talks about how upper basin should only engage in water conservation once the lower basin reduces its water consumption to their end. And well, right. I think it's very hard for anyone to be able to reducing their water consumption. If you're in the lower basin, if you're in the upper basin, no one wants to use less. But legally, right, there's a compact there. Statement that the basin will only use it half of the acre feet between the tributary and the stem river, and that's not being done. Okay, you can go into a fight, which is what happens, of how you account for water usage, and that is another problem, right? But right, these two pieces, there's a conflict in the compact, but also conflict currently in the infrastructure issue, which is you cannot prevent the 10-year cumulative flows at Lee Ferry from dropping below the target you believe it is, and keep Powell potentially at an okay level in terms of infrastructure and infrastructure risks. And I think that's why compromise in the 7 states it was really important. We all have something to lose. We are all living in conditions that no one ever thought in 1920. But we haven't been able to get there.
My name is Bill McKee, and I could spend the rest of the day talking about this particular issue. My main comment is we need to guard this $100 million should it actually arrive. And my main thing is they're going to take our pound of flesh out of agricultural water, and I want to make sure that a lion's share, if not all of the 100 million, goes to fairly compensate voluntary ag water. Like just started this last week, and there's one of us in this room been working on this thing for 20 years. We've invented the terms deficit irrigating, partial fallowing, and how we might do that on the east slope and the west slope. And, the I have both in Colorado and the upper Green. We're talking about $200 or $500 an acre, and those have been these pilot programs. If we're going to get serious, get down to the serious stage, 20 years ago, it's kind of like when you want to plant a shade tree, when's the best time? Well, it was 20 years ago. We should have been building meters on the farm, head gates on the farm, measuring weirs on the farm, better measuring weirs on the farm, and we would have this structure in place for now that's very critical. I'm afraid right now we don't have the wet water in to share with folks, where 20 years ago or 15 years ago we probably did. So, municipal entities of all kinds need to have the ability to raise your water rates to pay for new meters or swimming pool covers or recirculating programs and a car wash. Don't dip into this $100 million when you have the ability to tax and raise rates. Farmers don't have that. We have the law. You want it, you need it, and now fair compensation needs to be 5 and 10x what my sons have done in the Crystal River or Growing Fork or the Upper Green in Wyoming. $200 an acre doesn't come near compensating for a park swath, a parked baler, and a parked tractor, and 200 hands that normally should be irrigating and cutting hay. And now we're going to park the machines and sell or lease the water to whomever. And you got $500,000 worth of equipment in the barn and 2 hired hands, and they can only pound so many staples in a fence post to stay busy in the summertime. So let's get real. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that a farmer and rancher should be compensated for. Now, I don't want to see. On the east slope where you got square 80s and square quarter sections, and you can go from irrigated corn to dry land wheat, you can go from a $600 an acre crop to a $600 an acre crop and still have a crop. In hay meadow at 7,000 feet in Carbondale or me and Hotchkiss, we maybe can pull the water off a second cutting, but I don't know if we can pull the water on for a second year. Yet to be determined. So I'm ready to spray for weeds or whatever. You know, the upper level hay meadows are different than irrigated corn, harder to measure, but we should have built the infrastructure to measure the on-farm savings. And it's up to you folks to build all the gauges on the river and then keep it in the river. And like I said, the towns have an ability to raise rates and taxes. They need to have individual, do it locally. You know, I saw a deal in Montrose 2 years ago. Unlimited car washes for a year, $29.95 on the new car wash that was being built on Townsend. I about wanted to throw up in my breakfast plate. $29.95 for unlimited car washes for a year. It should have another 0 or 2 on the back end of it. Let's get serious. Now we're getting serious. 20 years ago, we're gallon. Now we're talking about the last straw. And the other thing we need to do with this $100 million is outlet now, Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Trying to darn things down. And that's it.
Oh, well, a couple of quick comments. Thank you for your comments. The pricing for water conservation program in the last year it was done was a fixed price of $5 per acre, not per acre. We think that a fixed price for a whole state is problematic. It is part of the reason why range entities didn't participate the last year it was done. The project Hannah mentioned was an application for the last year of SCPP, and they were rejected because they wanted to be compensated at a high level. So there's that. The other thing is understand that programs like this with a substantial amount of funding likely will encourage Wall Street investors to come, right? Like similarly to what it has happened in the past, and it probably will just do more of that. So, you know, I think it may be impossible to act fully on that, but it is a risk. Thank you. Thank you. I think Wendell, you were next.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for Calvin Lindsay for presentation here. it brings a lot of things to light. I've got about 100 questions, but I'm going to focus on the contributed water program. One of the criticisms of the Upper Basin of Colorado residential in particular is that they brought nothing to the table to work with the lower basins on. And while I strongly lucky that there's a bright line of sand that we have nothing left to give, we come up with this contributed water program. How much water would need to be contributed in this program? That's going to make a difference. That should be considered a negotiated issue to make the lower basin happy.
Great question. I don't know if I have the full answer to your question, but maybe a few partial answers.
Please.
I think this program is being pushed for 27, 28. It aligns with a 2-year of operation of the reservoir in this 10-year framework. And they want to see contribution from the upper basin within that 2-year time frame and use it as part of negotiation for the next 2 years. I think it's a way for the federal government to somewhat push the upper basin into a program like this. Even one could potentially say. The amount of water that the upper basin needs to contribute to appease the lower basin, I don't know if that number exists. I will say there is limited amount of reduction in water use the upper basin can provide because we only use around 4 million acre feet a year. There's no way we are going to be able to fix the lower basin. There's no way. There's not enough water. Out of the 4 million we use a year, the estimated amount of pre-compact water, as Red Junction Councilman mentioned earlier, is half of that. So around 2 million acre feet is pre-compact water, right? And if the compact doesn't dictate usage, it cannot curtail usage of that water. So if all junior uses were curtailed, you could theoretically get 2 million acre feet of water, but there are losses, there are complexities in the system. Several years ago, the River District hired Hydros to look at how big of a pool you would need to reduce the risk of curtailment based on the 10-year cumulative flows. And part of the conclusion of that report is that the pool in Powell would have to be at least 1 million acre foot for you to actually reduce chances of happening. It's a significant amount of water. And in the past, the upper basin has thrown, tentatively said we maybe on average could contribute 100,000 acre foot a year. So you would need 10 years of a water conservation program at that level to get to the.
And where are the Trans Mountain diversions in that number?
In the contribute, so Trans Mountain diverters every year take around 500,000 acre foot across the day. They have not participated in any water conservation program, but if the upper basin would contribute 100,000 acre feet a year, the hope is that part of that would come from the diverters. I will say, to complicate this whole thing, close to 100% of Trans Mountain diverters have junior water rights, junior to the compact.
Yeah, no, thank you. And raises a good point. A few years ago, when I was on that lower basin tour, the River District and with its board, I think Peter Fleming was figuring out how much water, and it was tied into when they made that big release from Blue Mesa a couple of years ago. And Peter Fleming
did the calculation. I know he's a lawyer, he's not a mathematician, but Peter did the analysis and how much water, how many days of pumping that release from Blue Mesa made, for the lower basin irrigators, and it was shockingly, less than a week.
I'm maybe gonna misspeak, but just, for context, right? Upper Basin uses 4 million acre foot a year. California's entitlements, Colorado River water is over 4 million acre feet, it's like 4.4, something like that. I think it's like half of that. So, which is Imperial Irrigation District. So they have a massive diversion, and yeah, it becomes a drop. Any conservation here becomes a drop of water downstream.
Okay, so I know you were next, and then you right.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for the presentation. Greatly appreciated. Just for context, I'd like to add that Pitkin County passed a 0.1% sales tax over 10 years ago for water conservations to be able to buy water rights when available, repair stream, help farmers, and fight trans mountain diversions. So it has been done in the state, but we're the only ones who've done it. And you'd like to think others would get on board because we need the resource. You don't have it out of your general fund. I have a two-part question. One, similar to what Wendell just closed with, is when does administration start on trans mountain diversions? Because we're seeing administration of our valley report and on our water rights. And it would seem, and I appreciate the River District's protection of municipal uses, but it would seem that there needs to start to be some administration on trans mountain diversion. And I'd like to see that go forward. You don't have to answer, that's just a point. The second, I'd love to know a little more about the Black Canyon, because I've been told there may be a point in time where there may be no water flowing through the Black Canyon. It will all be diverted. And are there any earlier rights other than the designation Black Canyon that would keep some water flowing through the stretch where the diversion re-enters the river, the Gunnison?
Thank you, Rachel. The question on administration, Jason Ullman will be speaking after. You can ask that. But I will say, Trans Mountain diverters, the way they work, at least part of the system, is that it allows for substitution water. So Trans Mountain diverters, not all of them, but if they have reservoir on the western slope, they can divert out of priority and later release the same volume out of their reservoir. And this year, the water out of priority diversion, I think it was a total of 25,000 acre feet. So 25,000 acre feet is now slowly but surely being released out of Wolford Mountain Reservoir and a couple of other reservoirs to compensate for that take when they were not the senior deep water. But you could argue that it's not the best thing on earth. But it's how legally that happens. The question on the Black Canyon, I'll respond a little bit to talk more because it has many layers to it. The base flow through the Black Canyon is 300 CFS, but there's language in the final environmental impact statement for Aspinall unit that it could go to 200. Right now, the flows through the Black Canyon are around 250, so below the 300. The projection is that by the end of this fall, if there is a reduction in releases out of the Aspinall unit, there will be around 120,000 acre feet left of water in Blue Mesa. Power pool is close to 90. So you'll be above power pool, not by a lot. The problem with this water in Blue Mesa is that part of it is Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association water from Taylor Park, Westfield, gets exchanged into Blue Mesa. And likely beginning of water year, or beginning of when they do the accounting, which is November 1st, just every, we people see the calendar differently, but reservoir starts November 1st. Depending on how much physical water is in Taylor Park, and there are some assumptions here, but there would be close to 60,000 acre-foot of water in Blue Mesa that is uncompacted. So half of the water in Blue Mesa would be uncompacted, half would be system. And when you run, if there is a scenario where that 60,000 system water is released, and then the water left is uncompacted, and they can use to their benefit, but it can't flow below the Gunnison Tunnel. And that's the scenario where there will be no water in the Black Canyon. But to prevent that, that's why all of these conversations are happening, to reduce flows out of the ethanol unit. The hope is that, so right now, as I mentioned, it's around 1,200. The hope is that by middle of September, it's at 800. And then uncompacted would be taking around 600 to 700. Their max flow there is 1050, so it's a significant reduction. And then the Black Canyon would be taking 200, so that we can protect as much water in Blue Mesa as we can.
Well, I really appreciate that, because we talk about the economy, and I believe that the recreational economy and the internationally fly fishing there and other things, to really de-water it, it would take 20, 30 years to rebuild that ecosystem if the water never came back. So that's important to people. A final point just to leave you with, but I think we have to watch out for this buy and dry of existing fallow land, and just turning it into new municipal developments across the Front Range. And unless we start seeing state legislatures require water saving construction techniques or different landscaping allotments, whatever we save is going to be just eaten up on the Front Range.
Thank you, Rachel. T. Wright is next, but okay, and well, so do you, Andrea, you've got something from her?
Sure, this is a tree online. I know that all of River District's priorities for interstate water conservation are included in Club 20's Colorado River Compact policy that was adopted at the 2026 spring meeting. He just wanted you all to know that policy is on our website. If you haven't told my email,
Yeah, and that's a really good point, because we did just adopt that recently, and we did base a lot of it off of the district's principles. So T. Wright, and then we'll go to the next one. Sorry. T. Wright, then you, and then Pat.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Rachel, a comment and a question. The comment is this, and I want to the very frank comments you've made here today are refreshing. And I say this with some sadness, because the water game has always been a game of gentlemen and statesmanship, and we have first order politics is, if you want your colleague to hear you, you don't poke them in the stick with an eye, so that you hope that they'll. The stick in my eye came about 3-4 years ago when Pat O'Toole testified before the Senate Water Committee, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority and the gentleman from was from Phoenix or Las Vegas went after agriculture, and especially the Upper Basin, with a vengeance publicly in that testimony. I thought it was uncalled for. And the rancor of late from the lower basin and the rhetoric that has ramped up, I find it necessary and refreshing that the River District and Becky Mitchell and others have become rather frank and strident with the comments that you're giving, because we have to counteract that. If our folks don't know the realities of the situation, they can only listen to the other side. So thank you for being frank and stridently putting forth our interest. As a rancher this year who is only going to raise at best a third of a hay crop, and the fact that I drove through a great deal of central Utah where there is no hay being raised, and the fact that hay may be, over $500 a ton. This is serious for us. So, thank you. Second of all, my question is, long term, I feel that desalinization and water exchange has to be one of the things that the system looks at. I have noted with some interest and some optimism that I see California and some can you talk to us about some of them while we're in my fight right now? Consider, but is there any some long-term solutions, and what light can you shed on some of those things?
Thank you. And I also I didn't mention Becky Mitchell in my presentation, but I do think she has done really a great job. And she's in a really hard position, right? The amount of stress I'm sure she's in. But I'm sure, and I know she works, weekends, and so I think there's always a lot. With the desal question, I think desal is a tool. It is something that needs to be in the future, especially in the lower basin. Right? What we're seeing right now is an agreement between California and Nevada to exchange water. So Nevada pays California to desal, and they can take part of California's entitlement from the Colorado River. There are conversations between California and Arizona to potentially do something similar. I do not see a way to desal and benefit the upper basin. That I don't see for a number of reasons. But within the lower basin, I think it's a tool that they should be using, and I think it's a tool. Arizona is the most junior user. The Central Arizona Project is the junior user on the lower basin, and I think that's an opportunity for them, especially because Central Arizona Project water, a large part of it, is to meet municipal needs. And municipalities are willing and able to pay for desal water. Desal water is extremely expensive. So San Diego's, a number that was in a article at some point was over $3,000 an acre. Okay, water on the western slope for ag largely is below $10 an acre foot. That's part of the reason why I do not see, but it's only part, because there are more complicating factors, why I don't see desal as part of the solution for larger usage in the upper basin. But in the lower basin for municipal uses, I think it is a potential. I don't see it as a potential for ag. It is prohibitively expensive, in my opinion. And there are a lot of issues with desal. It's expensive, it requires a lot of energy. If our reservoirs are running low, we don't have hydropower. Energy prices are going to go up. If desal is going to go even, become even more expensive, what do you do with a brine that is produced from desal? It is not an easy solution by any means. And it would take, there are a couple of desal, I don't know how many desal plants exist in California, but there's one in San Diego. There was one project in LA that fell apart because of the environmental impacts. And so it is not, to get a project like this approved is not simple.
We have our state engineer waiting in the wings. And so, one last quick question, please. And I know we could spend the entire day talking about this and asking questions. But as I said, we have a state engineer in the wings.
Mark Jeffries, I hear, I guess, radio programs talking about the Navajo Nation as a claim on water. How are these tribes going to play into these negotiations?
Great question. And within our district, we don't have tribes, but there are 2 tribes in the southwestern part of the state. There are multiple tribes in the upper basin, even more in the lower basin. And the federal government has been discussing all of these alternatives with them as well. And what I see happening is ensuring that the tribes are part of the solution and are in the framework of these programs, because what has happened in the past with water conservation programs is that tribes couldn't participate. There are a lot of infrastructure limitations with tribes, right? Several of them have settled water rights, but they can't use it. And I think that's a huge problem that needs to be resolved.
Did you say the federal government has been discussing this with the tribes?
Yeah. I'm not in those conversations, but I know conversations are being had between the federal government and the tribes. My understanding is that they're not in the negotiation between the 7 states, but it's like a parallel path, is my understanding.
Raquel and Lindsay, thank you so very much. Again, I know we could spend hours and hours talking about this topic. I also was asked to announce there's a water forum sponsored by Restore the Balance on August 11th in the evening. And I believe there's some flyers available if you're interested in attending that. So with that, we are very fortunate to have our state engineer, Jason Ullman, who is, of course, well known to all of us on the Western Slope, especially given his tenure in Division 4. Jason just was coming off of a trial in Water Division 3. In fact, I think he and I were both at Alamosa the same day last week. But it was very kind of Jason coming off this trial to also be willing to speak to us today. And so, Jason, thank you so very, very much. There are lots of questions about just how administration is going this year, what you see happening, with Colorado River situation and administration. And so, thank you very much for being with us, Jason. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can hear most everybody in the room, so hopefully when I get to questions, I'll be able to hear them. But if I can't, I'll let you know. Because I do want to leave some time for questions, because I may not know what questions everybody has in the room about what's going on this year. But thanks for inviting me to talk. As Marty said, I've known her for a while now, from my time in Montrose as the assistant division engineer in the Gunnison River Basin. I am the state engineer, was appointed state engineer back in March of 2024. And so it's been a little over 2 years that I've been in this position. A lot has happened since that around the state. And I spent 18 years on the West Slope in Montrose, raised my kids there, consider it home. Am somewhat, I guess, sad that I can't do this state engineer job from all around, even though I'm traveling around the state a lot. There are responsibilities that take me to the Capitol and other places in the Denver area more regularly. So we did move over here a couple years ago. So, but the picture I show on the screen here is of Blaine Basin on the north side of the San Juans, one of our favorite places to hike when we lived in Montrose. So I at least consider myself an honorary West Slope member still at this point. Um, so as Marty said, I really would have liked to join you in person, but I've been for about 4 weeks off and on in the Alamosa courtroom on a trial in Division 3 on essentially on aquifer sustainability in a sub-district there, and I'm here to talk about West Slope issues, so I'm not going to get into that, but it's just one of those things as state engineer and dealing with water resources issues around the state, which there are no shortage of, that I have to be involved in. So what I want to do is take a trip, I guess, around the West Slope in our 4 Western Slope divisions and talk about water administration. I did want to answer a question, I guess, that was asked and that Raquel indicated on administration for Trans Mountain diversions, just to make sure everybody's clear. I think Raquel was breaking up a little bit, but essentially, I mean, the Trans Mountain diversions are administered within the prior appropriation system, just like any other water right. As Raquel indicated, there is compensatory, what's called compensatory storage that was built for many of those projects, the big one being Green Mountain Reservoir and another one being Root Eye Reservoir for the Frying Pan Arkansas project. Green Mountain Reservoir has 52,000 acre feet of storage in it for compensatory purposes for Colorado Big Thompson diversions. That was built to prevent injury from, well, to prevent, I guess, to provide water that could serve, I guess, as somewhat of an augmentation supply to allow those to continue to take water under their relatively junior water rights to the Front Range. So they are administered in priority, just like all other rights. And then I guess with that, the map you see up here of the state is of all the divisions in the state of Colorado. So the west, you see the Continental Divide is the red line. So the West Slope divisions are Division 7, 4, 5, and 6. And I'm going to talk about those divisions a little bit. So it's good to have a frame of reference for what we're talking about. I felt, and I am an engineer, so I'm inherently a nerd, and I did this at the CWCB presentation, but I used AI for what I considered to be a valuable purpose and created a Lord of the Rings version of our division map, feeling like we are constantly battling against, you know, all kinds of forces, hydrology, downstream states, and otherwise. So, and I use the same map all the time, so it's nice to have a variation of maps. But what I want to start with, I guess, is I think this is perhaps we're going to skip over this slide that shows the Rio Grande because I talked about that at the CWCB meeting. I think I may be, but I want to start with the Gunnison. So the Gunnison is what I'm most familiar with, and it also is one of the, basins that has had some issues this year that we've been involved in, as Raquel has explained some of the issues. And one of the big issues in the Gunnison this year, in terms of administration, the big driver of administration in the Gunnison Basin is the Gunnison Tunnel. Sorry. And the Gunnison Tunnel takes 1,000 CFS on average from the Gunnison River Basin to the Uncompahgre River Basin throughout the summer. So for the irrigation season, provides water to irrigate over 80,000 acres of land in the Uncompahgre Valley, provides a lot of ability for economic activity because of that. Um, if you see here, this is the river gauge above Blue Mesa Reservoir. So the Gunnison Tunnel, you have the tunnel itself that diverts at the bottom, right bottom at the east portal in the Black Canyon to the Uncompahgre Valley. You have Taylor Park Reservoir, which is a storage bucket that was built in the 30s to store water for the Gunnison for the Uncompahgre project. And then you have the Blue Mesa Reservoir, Morrow Point Reservoir, and Crystal Reservoir, which are the Aspinall unit that sit between those two things. And so there's some agreements between the federal government and the Uncompahgre Valley water users on an exchange between Blue Mesa and the Taylor Park Reservoir that allows them to store water in the Aspinall unit. So they can take their water from Taylor Park, release it from Taylor Park, and it gets restored in the Aspinall unit for then later diversion by the Gunnison Tunnel if it's necessary. That's important because um, as you uh, um, because that water is then used to fill the diversion at the Gunnison Tunnel. And I may jump around here a little bit because my slides may not be in order. I put them together at the last minute this morning after getting back from Alamosa late last night. But this is a plot of diversions at the Gunnison Tunnel. And what the colors mean, they are components of what is being diverted at the Gunnison Tunnel. So what we call colors of water. So the blue color here, and it starts, the Gunnison Tunnel started diverting in earlier March than usual because of the warm temperatures. As many remember, I mean, it was 90 degrees multiple days in March, many places around the state. So they started their main diversions in March. This blue is actually Gunnison River water. So it's water coming from inflow that is coming down the river from snowmelt or other, base flows. The yellow, which comprises the majority of the remaining amount under this curve from March all the way till today's date in July, is storage water from Blue Mesa. And so I think this demonstrates, and if I was to show you a comparison of other better years, you would see that a significantly smaller portion of what's diverted at the Gunnison Tunnel would be coming from the storage water than has this year because of the fact that the flows have been so low. I mean, you see here in July, this July period that the flows have been below 300 CFS inflow. So that storage water for the 1,000 CFS being taken into the valley is making up 700 plus CFS of the diversion at the Gunnison Tunnel. And so that, means that the other thing that the Bureau operates these reservoirs for a couple other things. So to meet the Gunnison Tunnel diversions, and then you also have the Aspinall unit record of decision down at the Gunnison at Whitewater near Grand Junction. And that's the graph for the flow rate at that gauge. And there are target flows that were set in that record of decision back in 2012 for flows to support the endangered fish, the pike minnow, the round-tailed chub, and the other two endangered fish. And so I'm not sure why this keeps skipping around, but those flows this year in a drought year, there are some provisions that allow them to be reduced from the target flows. Those flows in a year like this, where Blue Mesa Reservoir is really low, would be lower than in a good year, and there would be no peak in this year. Those flows ostensibly targets were 750 to 790 to both supply water to the Redlands Power Canal and to supply water to the fish ladder below the Redlands Power Canal. You can see here that there are some periods where those flows, were exceeded significantly. The flow target here, I think, was thought to be maybe 1,000. And what we had requested, as we got closer to where we're at now with the Bureau, and we've had conversations with the River District, but our staff in Montrose are the ones that do the accounting for the Aspinall unit and Taylor Park. We're seeing that the likelihood of us reaching close to dead pool, at least past power pool, and getting to the point where the only water left in the reservoir is the water stored for use in the Uncompahgre Valley was pretty high. And this was a concern expressed by Uncompahgre Valley water users as well. And so we requested that the Bureau reduce their releases past what their target flows stated. And as you can see here, the flow rates have dropped recently to around 500 CFS. So instead of 790 CFS, they have dropped by 250 to 300 CFS, which saves about 5 to 600 acre feet per day in the reservoir, which is a big deal. The idea is that if you save enough and reduce those releases enough, that what's left in the reservoir will not just be water dedicated for the Uncompahgre Valley, that the Water Users Association can place a call for and get to be delivered to the tunnel. And therefore, there's still water remaining in the Bureau's water rights in the reservoir, because ultimately it's a Bureau reservoir, but they have state water rights for use of that reservoir, can still be released to support flows in the Black Canyon, to support at least some fashion of flows down in the Whitewater area, which in our estimation was better than them getting to the point where there are no flows. Maybe less flow now than has been thought appropriate in the past is better than no flow. And so I think, we've been happy to have these discussions with the Bureau of Reclamation, with the River District, and that they have reduced those releases that will hopefully get us to that point at the end of October. So that's the big item going on in the Gunnison River Basin right now. We also have measurement rules that have been filed with the water court. They have a couple of opposers right now that we are working through those oppositions and attempting to get settlement stipulations with, but it has not been finalized yet. So measurement rules that we'll talk about implementation of those in the other two divisions that already have them are not yet being fully implemented in the Gunnison. So I guess moving on to the Division 7, which is the southwest, all of the areas that flow into the San Juan River, which then flows into Lake Powell. Where have we been at in Division 7 this year? And so Division 7, probably at least in the later part of the spring, early summer, had the least amount of precipitation. You see the animus was this chart here shows in blue 2026, in orange 2002. So 2002 was, kind of seen as the record drought year in the past. And I think 2026 is probably 2026 is probably going to take its place. But we had flows earlier in the season that were higher than 2002 because in March we had these huge temperatures that melted a lot of the snow. And they had a big storm last year that filled up some of the groundwater. And that's this, I expanded it from April and went all the way back to last July. And you'll see this big spike that occurred last year during what was the remnants of two hurricanes that provided a lot of precipitation and flooding in the Pagosa Springs area and the Rio Grande. But that was very quickly, obviously, dropped back to base flows. But as we saw in March, we have a spike. In May, we had a spike, but now we're back to essentially base flows that we had in 2002. This gray line is the average. So we would expect to be much higher. The positive news in Division 7 is that you do see some increase from the recent rains they've had. Not huge, but better than nothing. Um, One of the things that I guess, happy to report here is that, like in many other basins, we've had some cooperation from water users and their representatives. The Southwest Conservation District filed an emergency substitute water supply plan using water from Florida Reservoir to help keep some municipal and domestic supplies um, during a period of very low flows on the Florida River. And that has proved beneficial in Division 7. We have had, not record low flows, as you can see here, but low flows for a longer period of time. The current call on the Florida River is at an 1888 priority. Call on the Los Pinos is at an 1881 priority. And that's, what we're seeing around the state is these calls that are not 1900s, but 1800s in many cases. So that's a couple of the big ticket items in Division 7. Measurement rules have been completed. They were signed and went into place last June. Rob Genualdi is my division engineer in Division 7. His staff have been doing a lot of work for inventorying measuring devices and speaking with their water users, making sure that they know whether they are in or not in compliance with the measurement rules. The CWCB, thankfully, we received money from the bipartisan infrastructure law through the UCRC. 7 million of those dollars were dedicated towards providing funds for measuring devices in the West Slope of Colorado. And that process has started in Division 7 and Division 6, which is the Yampa. We had good applications through the third-party contractor that CWCB hired to manage the program, SGM. I think there was over 100 applications in both of those divisions for installing measuring devices to help comply with the rules. So getting better, more accurate measurement in places where maybe we haven't had to do administration in the past. This year is a demonstration of, just because you haven't had administration in the past does not mean that future conditions will not result in administration of water rights on the tributaries. So moving on to the Colorado River main stem. So this is Division 5, and this is where I'm going to spend a majority of my time. And I guess I should have asked Marty, how much time do I have?
No problem. Probably until about 20 after.
Okay, well,
15
we'll
minutes.
I'll try to get through this so I can answer any questions. Um, So the Colorado River main stem is similar to many of the other basins, seen a record low snowpack year, as was demonstrated by the snowpack charts that Raquel showed. This is a chart of stream flows from April 1st till today. If you see the orange line is 2002, just like my other charts. Blue line is 2026, and the green line is 2023. So, I mean, you see the wild variation we see based upon the snowpack years just in the recent period, the last 3 years. You'll see here that the flows are pretty much at 2002 level, baseline flows. The flow at Cameo has come up just a little bit of late, but what I want to talk about administration-wise in the Colorado is something that I'm sure many of you have heard about, and Raquel talked about a little bit, is that similar to the Division 7 uh, emergency substitute water supply plan, the Colorado River District prepared an application for an emergency substitute water supply plan that would protect people that would have not been administered against before due to their protection from Green Mountain Reservoir historic users pool. So there is a 66,000 acre feet bucket of water in Green Mountain Reservoir if it fills fully. that is used to protect, junior users on the river, junior to the Cameo call down near Grand Junction and the Shoshone call, which are fairly senior, that has always filled till this year. And this year it filled to the tune of 44,000 acre feet, so it was 22,000 acre feet short, which was actually a lot better than we thought it was going to be when we were looking at this first in May. But the River District, in cooperation with the CWCB, who provided some significant funding for this emergency substitute water supply plan for water out of other buckets like Wolford Mountain Reservoir and Rudai, to supply alternative replacement water to HEP for municipal and domestic supplies, so that our office, when those supplies on the West Slope for West Slope municipal and domestic supplies are out of priority, that we don't have to issue curtailment orders to them. And, luckily, the Grand Valley irrigators have been working with other parties in the basin and have, for the most part this year up until now, agreed to reduce their call or their target flow at their diversion to 1,650 CFS. That helped HUP fill to a greater degree than it would have otherwise. It also has helped keep the call off that would have resulted in much quicker use of the HUP water. So we are still in the position where the HUP water is providing replacement right now. That will likely change in the next few weeks. Our staff have been what I believe is doing a great job. Tyler Benton is my division engineer in Division 5. He and his staff have been providing flyers to potentially impacted water rights, just so that they're aware ahead of time about this, because if you've never been curtailed against before because you've always been protected and this is the first time, it's a little bit of a surprise to have a water commissioner at your head gate. And so they are doing, I think, a good job of trying to be proactive and inform people ahead of time. But so, I mean, we've gotten to almost August now, and I'm trying to be a glass is half full. So this is much better than the condition we thought we'd be in at this time in May when we were looking at this first. So that cooperation among all the entities in the basin, to be honest, has been pretty good to see. The prior appropriation doctrine is the system that Colorado set up to handle droughts. But and it helps us share water, helps us know who is in priority at a time. But if people can work together, sometimes the more drastic impacts of administration of the strict priority system can be avoided. So I guess the last thing I'll talk about, because it was discussed in depth by Raquel, is this contribution program for 2027 and 2028 that the Colorado Water Conservation Board was presented, just kind of an initial idea of criteria that might apply to such program to access part of the $100 million. I need to be clear that $100 million is what we understand will be dedicated to the 4 upper basin states, not just to Colorado. And so what Colorado's portion of that will be, I don't know. All past programs, as some of you may be aware, did not get any credit for that water for Colorado or the upper division states in terms of what was stored in some kind of pool that would help us be able to protect ourselves against future compact issues. This program would, one of the first criteria is that it would have to include credit. The UCRC has, for 2025 and 2026, had a provisional accounting agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation that we anticipate, through the 2-year operating criteria that have been discussed earlier, would be extended to 27 and 28 in some way, so that we could get credit in an upper initial unit for what is contributed. And that's, I think, why we're calling this a stepping stone is that, past pilot projects, there was SCPP in 2015, 2016, 2017. Um, and then there was SCPP in 2023 and 2024. That was system water, system conservation pilot program. So that water went back to the system and was essentially stream flow available for appropriation. This would be different than that. So it would be stored somewhere, and we don't have all of the details. That's what, the time between now and September is short, but we intend on doing stakeholding with folks and coming up with, more defined criteria. And my staff and I, who I guess I would say fully understand the differences in the subbasins because they're the boots on the ground. They know their water users, they know the difficulties they have, they know the irrigators are looking right now into what can we do under our existing authorities to allow this potential program to be as broadly available as possible. And so that's, going to feed into some of what is prepared for the CWCB board to consider at their meeting in September. Um, and by, under existing authorities, I think it was Hannah Holm may have mentioned the Ewing Ditch project. So it it is true to say that there has been limited participation from Trans Mountain diverters, but the Ewing Ditch, due to the available compensation. But the Ewing Ditch project was a Pueblo Board of Waterworks project that does have an in-stream flow loan that our staff recently approved just in the last week for use of that water in the 15-mile reach. And, that's, potentially a tool that is in the toolbox. But I think that one of those criteria that is mentioned in the board memo that is available, it does talk about ways to incentivize participation across geographies and across water use sectors. The difficult thing about any of these programs is that it's been made very clear through all of the processes that Amy Ostick did a fully presentation on at the board meeting about all of the past considerations we've had from SEPP to demand management has been the desire for it to be voluntary, temporary, and compensated. And that continues to be a priority for the state to this day. When you have a voluntary program, if the compensation isn't enough I guess, to incentivize certain geographies or sectors to participate, then the question is, do you make it somehow, how do you make their quotas or how do you incentivize participation? So that's a consideration that the board or that staff and the board will be considering how to try to do that, because we do have an interest in, like I said, making it broadly accessible. Um, so I guess the other topic that's been talked about in this discussion is, in some way, what does existing authorities mean compared to, our water commissioner's authority to, I think the word actively shepherd water is. And actively shepherd means that a water commissioner goes to somebody's head gate and says, maybe they used to take all the water in the river at a certain point on a tributary, but somebody contributed to the program or participated in the program above them. And active shepherding would be the act of the water commissioner telling them that, hey, there's an amount of water in the river that you can't take. It's got to go past your head gate. And if that active shepherding includes actively shepherding it to the state line, when I think it's been pretty clear, Becky Mitchell, myself, others have been pretty clear about the fact that, the upper division states have used 3.5 to 4.5 million acre feet on average, and the lower basin has used 10 to 11. Doing active shepherding to deliver water to the state line when there isn't a defined compact need, when there isn't the UCRC telling us you have to deliver a certain amount of water here, is something we need to think carefully about before doing. So I guess with that, I have open it up to questions. But the other thing I was going to mention is that something related to the Colorado River is the Frying Pan Arkansas project this year, because of the calls and the flows on the river, that basically took many of their Trans Mountain rights out of priority, delivered somewhere around 1,000 acre-feet of water to the Arkansas River, and the Southeastern Conservancy District Board decided to not allocate any water under that project because of that. And you can see, I think, the impact to the river here. This is one of the places where you see 2026 is significantly below here at Nathrop than it was in 2002, because there is very little water being contributed from what would typically be going down to Pueblo Reservoir from Trans Mountain diversions under the Frying Pan Arkansas project. With that, I've left 1 minute for questions, but hopefully we have a little bit extra time. Sorry, Marty.
Jason, thank you. We've got time for 1 or 2 questions. I know.
And I think it would be best if they came up here because Jason can see the podium.
Or come up here and ask the question.
Thank you for letting us come to that meeting on the 11th of August. But I wanted to ask, when I was at the Club 20 meeting in the spring, and Becky, is the commissioner, I thought she said that as it went into the summer, we wouldn't be able to share any of them to the region, any of the water. Something that you can clarify or misunderstood, but it sounds like they have a aggravated use. So are we still saying stuff? It's this low to the lower region states?
I apologize. The question was, that microphone is kind of broken. Can somebody repeat the question?
Jason, I think the question was, given the low flows this year, are we still delivering water down to the house?
So let me repeat it. So given the low flows this year, are we still delivering water down to Lake Powell? Is that the question?
Yes, to the lower basin.
I mean, so the delivery to the lower basin itself occurs out of Lake Powell, and yes, that's still occurring. The amount that's being delivered this year is reduced to 6 million acre-feet from the 7.5 million that has been delivered in the past few years. As far as Colorado's contribution to what goes downstream, once we have gauge records and can estimate what the natural flow was into Lake Powell, it's likely going to be, almost as low as 2002, if not lower. But on average, I guess maybe what I would say is we deliver 8+ million acre-feet from Colorado to the Colorado River in all of the tributaries that leave our state every single year on average. Now this year will be a little different because of the extreme hydrology that we had. I don't know if that answers the question, but I hope.
It does in part, but I was also wanting to know for sure about the states beyond that. So California, Arizona, and Nevada. All that water.
You mean what's being delivered to those 3 states?
Yes, that's what she meant.
I mean, so what's delivered to those 3 states from the upper basin is directly, I guess, what is coming out of Lake Powell, which will be 6 million acre-feet this year. That water then goes to Lake Mead, and then the Bureau of Reclamation is the water master in the lower basin because they did never come up with a lower basin compact. And they essentially let the Bureau of Reclamation be the water master in the lower basin. So the Bureau of Reclamation determines how much water they're going to deliver from Lake Mead to those 3 states each year.
Jason, one final question. Do you see, we're just about out of time, we've got my question, your question, and then we may skip resolutions. Jason, do you, from your perspective as state engineer, is there a difference in how you will administer Colorado's water rights under, you know, the normal administration that you've been doing and the state engineer have been doing, you know, for the last 100+ years? And if there were a formal compact call, in other words, under the new operating principles, do you see any potential change in how water rights would be administered?
So that's a good question. I guess the answer to that question is a little bit longer than yes or no, because we have other compacts in our other basins like the South Platte, the Rio Grande, and the Arkansas. They're each different, but all three of those compacts there is a compact delivery need each year because we do need to provide water to the state line to make sure that we meet our obligations. The Colorado is a little different in the sense that I guess, you know, our position, and I think it's, you know, under no interpretation of the compact have we not been in compliance as an upper basin because it's a joint obligation at Lee Ferry with the compact. So if there was, we have an upper basin compact through the Upper Colorado River Commission that defines and gives authority to the Upper Colorado River Commission to make a determination of when there is a deficiency under the compact. And so it's not it's not similar to a you know, just the lower basin being able to say and call for water and say, we're short, we think you haven't delivered, upper basin, start giving us water. That's really not a thing. There's, you know, a bunch of other processes in between. But, you know, what we have begun to consider, and we met with some limited groups that to talk about how, if we got to that point, because given the hydrology, given climate change and what's going on with what appears to be continued reductions in flow, we want to make sure we're prepared. So we had those discussions about whether the, you know, people generally think that there is a need for the state to do some kind of stakeholding or rulemaking process for how that would happen. There isn't a requirement. The state engineer under the statute has authority to make and enforce regulations to make sure we comply with our compacts. It's one of our big responsibilities. But given the complexity of administering water across 4 different divisions with, we'll just say 8+ streams, larger streams leaving the state in different spots that have been adjudicated under different courts, because our court system, you know, back in the 1800s to the Water Rights Determination Act in 1969 did general adjudications by district courts, and then since 1969 has decreed water rights by division. I guess the thought is we would do that primarily with the prior appropriation system because that's the way in our Constitution the state has decided as our legal framework to determine who gets water when there's shortage. How you apply that, I guess, across 4 different divisions is something that maybe, you know, there's a need for some process to determine. Because in the other compact basins, we have the South Platte leaves the state in one location, Arkansas. The Rio Grande actually has 2 components, the Conejos River and the Rio Grande, but it's explicitly defined in the compact how we consider ourselves to be in compliance. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. I think it underscores the complexity of your job and role. So one last question, and we'll let you go because we really appreciate your time.
Hi, Jason. My name is Cody Kennedy. I'm with the Grand Junction City Council and appreciate you very much being here today. I'll try to keep this short. Spent yesterday morning on the Grand Mesa touring our reservoirs and our storage systems and looking at some of the other reservoirs as well. And one of the things that surprised me is when I was talking to city employees about our Camp Creek water right, that 1911 perfected water right, that we had been dialed down to 75% recently by the water commissioner, which surprised me based on its priority date. The recent rains bumped that back up, so we're back up to 100% on that. But what that brought to mind for me specifically is this question regarding the Trans Mountain diversions. And at what point we're going to see the state say, or your office say, that not as much water is going to go. Sorry to you know, the big T users and all the front range demands that they're seeing, but we have these water rights equality rights for a reason. The system has been set up to check those priorities. But as that front range keeps drawing, and I know Shoshone will play into that in the future, I'm just wondering at what point we'll see maybe curtailment, even within our own systems, within our own state, separately from the 1922 Colorado Compact. Just talking about within the state of Colorado, what your office might look at as far as organization with limited rights or limited water that we have within the state. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess, I mean, I think that, you know, your Canna Creek water rights and the water rights up on the Grand Mesa this year are one of those that are going to see record low carryover into next year because of the fact that the snowpack was so low. They started the year pretty low, and the stream flows have just declined given the fact that there wasn't much snowpack to refill the groundwater to a level that we haven't seen before. And so that's probably why I guess I'd have to ask specifically the commissioner that's involved on that system. But I'm guessing because it's what we've seen around the state is that we have seen calls deeper than we've ever had before. And that's around this, that's basically statewide. I mean, even in the South Platte, we had for a few days an 1860 call on the South Platte, which is the deepest call that has occurred on the South Platte ever. And so with that, though, I mean, each subbasin is administered, you know, within the whole system. And so you have the Colorado main stem, and then you have all these tributaries. So we have things, you know, we have tributary calls that apply on just those tributaries like Canna Creek. So there's a call down below. Then you have calls on main stems like the Gunnison and the Colorado that apply all the way up those main stems. I mean, I guess the one thing I'd like to assure you is that, you know, we are administering the prior appropriation system appropriately per statutes as it relates to the Trans Mountain diversions. They do have replacement supplies, just like any other augmentation plan for a well, for instance, for a municipal provider that goes and gets an aug plan with a replacement supply so that they don't get shut off during a call that would normally call them out. That is effectively what we have. But like I said, the Trans Mountain diversions on some of the Roaring Fork systems have been curtailed significantly this year to the extent that Frying Pan Arkansas project only received 1,000 acre feet from the Colorado into the Arkansas. And so I think that's already occurring, and you're seeing the impacts of that around the state because of how much, you know, all of us, Western Slope, you know, and the Eastern Slope that relies upon the Colorado River are impacted by how bad the hydrology is and has been for the last 25 years.
Jason, I can't thank you enough on behalf of everybody here at Club 20. Can't thank you enough for your willingness to be here today and your presentation. And thank you so much. I know you and your folks have had a really tough job this year. Not that it's ever easy, but some certainly unique and new, interesting situations. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I appreciate the opportunity to come virtually. I hope next year or the next time I talk to Club 20, it will be in person instead of on the screen. So
Well, we appreciate it just being able to have you any way we could get you today after your trial. So thank you. And I hope everyone will forgive me for skipping the resolutions. We had two very important topics. Speakers, the discussion I thought was really important. We will postpone those resolutions until the December 3rd, 4th meeting, the policy meetings that are, you know, so yes, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. Just a really quick comment, great presentations, no argument there. Just looking at what we would renew and I fully support, and I was there in the day, kind of reminds you how fast 13 years go by, because this was passed in 2003. And we're all seeing a lot of changes since 2003, maybe some that were inevitable. I would suggest we consider a companion resolution. Renew this one in the future, but a companion that is a little more specific to the West Slope Club 20 interests. We may have different interests in Pro 15 and Action 22 when we look at them not participating in the hourly programs or things like that. And there's a lot of new things we might want to put forward. Sufficient federal funding for the Forest Service for fuels reduction on the West Slope. Sufficient funding for the Bureau of Reclamation, which no longer has staff around to really deal with this emergency. State policies requiring all new residential homes to have better water fixtures, limited lawn. But we need to have the water subcommittee and all involved parties start thinking about what would a companion piece to these be that is specific to the West Slope. Maybe any lands that are followed that later go for sale, there'd be a first right of refusal for the river district to purchase it and purchase water rights. But I think we need to start thinking about what has changed since 2008, and we could speak for the West Slope specifically in a new resolution.
And I think that's an excellent suggestion, Rachel, and perhaps you could take the lead in at least drafting of the points you'd like to.
I'll put a few out there. I'll put a few out there and then throw it to the water committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel, and thank you. I apologize for going over, but thank you everybody for being here today. And again, thank you to our luncheon sponsors and our sponsors. Thank you very much.
And first PLNR speaker will be at 1:15. So return from lunch at that.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I do know they're gonna let you go when there's a line. Yeah. And then I saw them on something else. Bye, Olivia. Bye, Olivia. You're good.
Yeah, you know, it's all in your dreams. But say something. You can call that one. We've got a safety. Ladies and gentlemen, get started. Welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with laws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters in policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests. It is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone. Speak very loudly so everyone can hear you. For those of you in the back, if you have a question for one of our presenters, please come up to the podium so they can hear you. Those seated in front, tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those of you in the back, Club 20 staff will be walking around to help you as chair, identify you, ask a question, and once again, please come up to the front. We will now ask Andrea to introduce the folks who are joining us virtually.
Okay, so we have our next speaker tonight, Gracie McGee, Merritt Linky has joined us, Chris Trees, Tom Functions, Kathy Walt, Virginia Brown, and Doug. Maybe Doug Long, I'm not sure.
Doug Vilsack. I'm sorry, guys, I'm driving and can't change my screen name.
Yeah.
Thank you for those for joining us virtually. Please now mute yourself. If you have questions during the meeting, unmute and proceed with your question. Next, we'll go over the room real quick. Questions. Start. Andrew, you go. Please.
Good afternoon, I'm Andrea Wilson, Chief Operating Officer in Club 20. I'm actually each,
Rules be chair elect and conservation policy co-chair. I'm the other one.
You're right, it's an institutional knowledge.
Exactly. I know. Bob.
Jeff Comstock, I sit on the board of directors. East Melton, Rio Blanco County, and the PLNR committee chair.
Holly Scritchfield, Rio Blanco County.
Bonnie Eddie, Delta County, and Executive Committee.
Cindy Jennifer Montrose County Executive Committee, and also restoration initiative.
Naomi Reese, La Plata County.
Alvin Jefferson, Plata County Executive Board.
Commissioner Richards, Mayor Boston, former county commissioner.
Amy Tucker, Montrose County, Executive Committee and Vice Chair of Natural Resources Committee.
Chad Stewart, board supervisor.
Supervisor. Most basic county.
John Krieger, Mesa County. John Krieger, Mesa County.
Joe, Mesa County.
Evan Altimer, Mesa County.
John Purser, Plata County.
Susan Atkinson, La Plata County.
Mary Jones, Mesa County.
Medina, Archuleta Commissioner. Mary Jo, Archuleta County.
Chris Lopez, Chapa, Southwest Colorado.
Bill Anthony, Soul, Energy Storage. That's good, sound okay. Houston Civil Engineering Firm. Photo Service Chairman.
Lee Scott with Congressman Jeff Hurt's office.
Daniel, Bill McKee, Delta County.
Joe Stanko, Rock County.
Kennedy, Grand Junction City Council.
Melody Miller, Dawson County Commissioner.
Sarah Carlin, Tracy.
Hey, Reese.
Thank you, Andrea. Lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsors for the venue and lunch today, Chevron and Atmos Energy. There are no other announcements. We will proceed with our committee meeting. First things first, our speaker from Rainmaker, Grayson Yee. He's a government affairs in Texas for Rainmaker Tech Corporation. Today he's going to discuss Rainmaker technology in Colorado. Grayson, originally you had about 40 minutes until 2 o'clock to provide your presentation, but the next speaker, we've made some adjustments. So if you go a little past 2, we should have plenty of time for questions and your full presentation. Thanks for being here.
Okay, well, great. Thank you so much, Reese and the Club 20. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak. Can you all hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful. Well, good. Yes, so my name is Grayson Gee, and I am on the government affairs team for Rainmaker Technology Corporation. We are a cloud seeding company that was founded in 2023 because the technology, the historic technology of cloud seeding, although it's been around for a long time, had fallen by the wayside as it pertained to technological innovation, especially in advances with radar and satellite technology and AI, and how that incorporates a lot of new data analysis opportunities. There was potential to reinvent essentially the technology of cloud seeding so that those who need water most, especially in the American West, where so much of the water is dependent on snowpack, our technology is designed to enhance snowfall in those regions and increase snowpack to provide more water for folks that need it most. Excited to visit with all of you today. First, we'll go over a broad overview of the history of our company, our technology, and then open it up for questions. At the end, I'll also speak a little bit about our desire to collaborate more deeply and more robustly with local communities, especially many of those represented here and elsewhere in the room today in Colorado to achieve more water for the communities, farmers, agricultural use, municipal water supply use, all the different areas where water is needed most. So happy to visit and thank you for the opportunity. Let me see if I can get my screen to work here. Okay, well, so as we know, the American West is running out of water. The broad swaths of the Western United States, especially within the context of the Colorado River Basin, the primary metric by which inflows increase in that region is snowpack. And with drier and drier winters, especially like the one we had this year, water sources become a challenge. And to put a finer point on it, in Utah several years ago, the locals there protested the problems that they were having with the Great Salt Lake because as it's continued to dry up, the dust and pollen and metallic debris from the lake bed has gotten into the atmosphere and has caused all kinds of different issues pertaining to respiratory health and that sort of thing. And so the challenge is multifaceted. It's the declining water supplies in the Western United States is not just putting pressure on water and water supplies, but it's also broadly affecting human health, wildlife health, the ski seasons, ski resorts, the local economies that are built around tourism. Water touches everything, and we are very aware of the need. And this image is also unique because our robust partnership that we have now with the state of Utah, the governor there, Governor Cox, has launched a robust effort to help refill the Great Salt Lake. And so they're doing everything from water conservation and storage, but also have included cloud seeding as an integral part in increasing water supply for their state. And our hope is that as we continue to derive real validated results and quantifications of the amount of water that we produce, which is something we'll talk a little bit more about later, and what makes Rainmaker unique, we'll be able to expand our reach and provide more water for more people. At Rainmaker, we believe the solution to the water problem is in the sky. At any given point, in any given area in the atmosphere, only about 10% of the moisture ever falls as precipitation. And so we like to suggest that essentially it's the best way to think about atmospheric moisture is that there are rivers of atmospheric moisture that exist in the sky that cloud seeding, with the advances in technology that we've been able to develop, our technology allows us to tap into those moisture streams in a way that we couldn't or wouldn't have been able to otherwise, especially in considering other methods of water production. If you review, I mean, there's ways of, tightening up pipes so that you don't lose water. You can recycle water. You can transfer water from one place to another. There are only two types of technology that really are able to produce new water, cloud seeding and desalination. But the problem, especially in Texas and elsewhere with desalination, is that it's a ridiculously expensive capital project endeavor. And it's something that takes a long time. And oftentimes, in the case, for example, in Corpus Christi, Texas, the resources for the project ended up running out before they could complete it. And so now there's a community in South Texas where I'm from that is in dire straits. And so they're at a place where they don't have the capacity to produce more. And so they're having to ration in a way that they hadn't previously. But with cloud seeding and its comparison to desalination, it's rapidly deployable, it's scalable, and much less costly than the very capital intensive projects like desalination. A little bit of history about cloud seeding more broadly. So the technology is an American technology. It was first, the physics behind cloud seeding were first discovered in the 1940s by some General Electric engineers in New York who determined that you could simulate the natural process of precipitation by identifying pockets of moisture in clouds and inducing precipitation by replicating the natural process, which is in any given storm system, you've got moisture that exists in the cloud in certain cases, especially those that are suitable for cloud seeding, that moisture exists as supercooled liquid water, which means that water is below freezing temperature, but is still in liquid form because of its purity. And a somewhat of a simplified way to understand it then would be that in any given storm system, you've got that supercooled liquid water, and you've got a little bit of pollen or debris or some kind of dust that's in the atmosphere that interacts with that moisture, which then triggers that moisture to freeze and then fall because it's developed enough density to fall as either snow or rain, depending on lower atmospheric conditions. But so the physics of that were understood by those engineers in the 40s. In the 60s, there was a explosion of research, both backed by the federal government, other state and local governments, and universities across the country to understand exactly how to scale the technology, how to make it, if it's feasible, if it's possible, how to make it a tool in the toolbox of water management strategies. And there was good success, generally speaking, but the problem became very evident that there wasn't a way to actually quantify and assess the amount of water that was produced from any given cloud seeding mission. The radar technology was still, I mean, relatively new, but it certainly isn't. It wasn't as advanced as it is today. And satellite technology and satellite observation had not become much of a tool that had data that would be usable for that kind of thing. And so the efficacy of cloud seeding was kind of the question rather of the efficacy of cloud seeding was kind of put on the shelf, and cloud seeding continued through up until the present day from around 1985, but its use and its application was very limited. Local governments would pay for projects here and there. For example, in Texas, several local governments in the Panhandle in West Texas have historically, I mean, since around the 70s, have had programs where local governments pay in a little bit to contribute to a program that would cover an area that was deemed suitable for all the different agricultural or water interests in that region. But it was never scalable. It wasn't something that could be used at scale such that the impact and the amount of water produced could actually begin to possibly restore ecosystems or provide more stability for fisheries and wildlife, and for water managers to be able to use it as a predictable tool when planning the future of supply and demand. But all of that seemed to change in 2017 when the National Center for Atmospheric Research, in partnership with the University of Idaho, published a study wherein, for the first time, they were able to measure and quantify the amount of precipitation produced from cloud seeding in a very concrete and robust way that didn't simply rely on statistical analysis. And what this study shows, and on the left here, you can see a radar rendering of the streaks that were flown in a storm system back and forth with planes as they were seeding. And what you see in those strafes are the areas where that moisture developed the density as precipitation and began to fall. And they were able to identify and quantify that amount of water for the first time in history. And now, based off of this technology and the study that was done by NCAR and the University of Idaho, and the methods that they utilized, Rainmaker has built on those and has now built out a robust system of both drones and radar and forecasting and nowcasting, as we call it, which is sort of the immediate identification of cloud seeding conditions in a local area. And so now we're at a point where, based off of those methods from that study, we are the first private corporation to be able to validate our results of cloud seeding. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I wanted to walk through just briefly. I vaguely got into it a little bit earlier, but the exact process of cloud seeding, for those who may not be aware, like I said, the particular there's moisture in the cloud that then you seed with the what we use is silver iodide. Other materials are used commonly, but the reason that silver iodide is used is because its molecular structure is most similar to that of ice when it freezes. So it's a very efficient catalyst for that freezing reaction. But essentially, the process of cloud seeding is you seed, the moisture nucleates around the particulate that you seed. Those crystals begin to grow, and then once it develops the density required to fall, it falls as precipitation. I talked a little bit about the satellite and radar technology that we use to identify those pockets of supercooled liquid water. That process is essentially no different than a typical weather forecasting method, with a few more layers of accuracy for our intended purpose. But the way a typical operation works with Rainmaker is that we work with meteorological data and present current time radar data to identify those pockets of supercooled liquid water. And then we send our drones up into those pockets of supercooled liquid water to be able to seed them in a way that's a lot more effective than a historic plane method. Primarily because the strafing that a plane has to do is limits the capacity for the aircraft to target those pockets of moisture very accurately. But with the drones and the quadcopter that we've designed and constructed in-house at Rainmaker, American-made drone, we're able to have a lot more operational flexibility as it pertains to targeting. So once we've seeded those clouds, then, like I mentioned, our brand team is pretty cool. So I just wanted to show these videos, but it describes pretty accurately the system that I'm speaking of, where that moisture crystallizes and then develops the density required to fall. And so then once it does fall, and this is where the innovative portion of it comes in, we are then able to exactly determine where it fell, so that then using, depending on the context of the regional location, if there are snow tell sites around or other sort of physical validation methods, but then also using radar and satellite, we're able to quantify and determine the exact amount of precipitation that fell from a seeded cloud, which then can then be attributed to cloud seeding based on the scientific methods presented in the SNOWY study. I talked a little bit more about this, but to go into some more further detail, we are the ones that do the targeting, the seeding, and then the validation. And so when a local water district or a local municipal government or a corporation desires to work with us for cloud seeding, we cover the entire gamut of operations, and provide the results at the end to then be able to justify the expenditure. But like I said, the targeting, same kind of ideal. We use both publicly available radar data and private data, based off, if necessary, if there's not good radar coverage. And we do the forecasting and the targeting to identify those pockets of supercooled liquid water. We have a platform called Stratus, which we've developed in-house, that sort of condenses all of this information into the place where it needs to be for our meteorologists and our drone operators that are out in the field. Sometimes, at the wee hours of the morning, depending on conditions, wherever they are, our guys are present when it's time to cloud seed. And then here we have our drone, a quick little rendering of how it actually works. We've developed our own proprietary dispersal system for the silver iodide that's used in seeding operations. And we also use flares depending on circumstance and what's required for a given operation. But this drone is American made and manufactured, and is especially designed for cloud seeding. And what's fascinating about the capacity of the drone, though, is ultimately that it's able to withstand robust icing conditions. And that's one of the things that, if we have any pilots in the audience, aircraft that have de-icing equipment can be somewhat expensive. So being able to have the flexibility of a drone that can de-ice its blades and sustain flight in sub-zero temperatures is definitely a bonus compared to other methods. And this is a little bit more of the Stratus platform that we have. We have live feed from our camera on the drone to let us know when we're in cloud, which is always great. And then this is the final component, validation. Like I talked about, this is on the left here. This is a radar signature from a cloud seeding operation this year, I believe this one is in Oregon, where we were having operations, if I recall correctly. But you can see on there's little dots up there that are kind of hard to spot, but those were where the drones were. And then what you can see in this radar coverage, which demonstrates low background reflectivity, this pocket of moisture appeared out of nowhere, and provided precipitation for that region as it blew. I believe that's That's southwest. And then to further validate, this hole right here is from this exact same area. This is the hole that was punched through the cloud when that precipitation fell. And so our scientists are actively validating and coming to understand particular metrics by which to validate and quantify the water outside of the statistical methods we've talked about earlier. But it's very fascinating because this is a consistent thing that we've seen. Anytime the moisture falls out of the cloud, it punches a hole in the otherwise potentially precipitating system, which is very fascinating. So this past season, just as a brief overview, Rainmaker generated, this is actually slightly old now. It was upwards of 115, I believe, unambiguous seeding signatures, which translates to millions upon millions of gallons of water that are new water that would not have fallen otherwise. When contemplating cloud seeding as like I've mentioned earlier, a tool for water management, when you consider all of the potential regions in which cloud seeding could occur, especially in Colorado, there is the very good and real possibility that you can add many thousands of acre feet of additional water. And it provides, frankly, a hedge against bad weather conditions, because what you're able to do then is anytime there's potential conditions for precipitation, but perhaps it wouldn't precipitate otherwise, you can cloud seed those conditions and pull that moisture out of the sky that wouldn't have fallen otherwise. And then this is a little bit of a summary of we're the first private company to achieve the physical validation, as I discussed earlier. As it pertains to Colorado, though, I wanted to visit just briefly about let me find there we are. So in Colorado right now, we are not actively doing any drone operations, and that's sort of our bread and butter at Rainmaker, because of all the reasons that I've demonstrated today. But in 2024 or 2023, Rainmaker acquired North American Weather Consultants, which is a historic cloud seeding company in the United States. And through our operation of Knox business, we still maintain several ground generators outside of Boulder and southeast of Grand Junction. And the relationships there are still robust and good. But the challenge with ground generators is that they are an older technology that doesn't have the capacity for the same type of validation that the drones are able to provide. So when it comes down to quantifying water and justifying expenditure for cloud seeding from both a local or private, like government perspective, but then also a private corporation's perspective, cloud seeding, ground generators for cloud seeding just don't work quite as well. But they do work, and so we still maintain them and work with those local entities to do so. But we are actively engaged in the state. We'll be going to the Colorado Water Congress in August. We just recently brought on a team member that will be focused solely on Colorado, and working with water districts, ski resorts, anyone who is fascinated or interested with cloud seeding and new water supplies. We're anxious to work with you all. And so with that, would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. It was a little bit of a fast and loose overview of our company and what we do, but want to be a resource to all of you, and would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. So thank you so much.
Well, I think because Grayson's online, it's best if everyone comes up here.
Okay.
Because he can hear them up here.
Yes,
So if
thank
you
you.
want to line up, yeah.
And also, I think I said it earlier, but I regret not being able to be with you all in person. So thank you to the Club 20 for providing the flexibility to present remotely.
I want to talk about that.
Okay. Well, thanks, Grayson, for that. You have my attention. I did see your validation results. But I'm wondering how, if you could share with us a little bit, I actually have two questions. This is the first one. How much water are we really talking about here? And during the water committee hearings, we talked a lot about many different drops of water in the bucket. And so do you believe that cloud seeding could be a few more drops? Or are we talking about a few cups? Or are we talking about a whole bucket? So I'd like a little bit more kind of just context for that. And then my other question is, if you're removing existing moisture from the atmosphere, what is the answer when an environmentalist asks you about the negative effects on climate change of that?
Negative effects of climate change?
Are you stealing somebody else's water?
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yes.
what are the effects of taking water from the atmosphere, and does that
I
water
see.
belong to someone else?
I see. Very good. Well, yes, thank you for those questions. It's important to distinguish that cloud seeding is not the end all be all solution for all water problems. I mean, we have to have proper conservation. More generally, we should be efficient with our water use. However, it is a tool that can add, I mean, it can add substantial amounts of water in any given basin at any given time. The thing about cloud seeding from a sort of a more perhaps social or misconception perspective is that it isn't it's a tool that can only excuse me, let me rephrase. As many people perceive cloud seeding as something that changes the weather or it does modify the weather, but they perceive it as something that can, create clouds or make rain fall out of a blue sky. And cloud seeding can't do that. Its efficacy is solely dependent on natural weather patterns that present themselves. And that's why it's referred to as primarily as precipitation enhancement. Because it enhances the precipitation, the potential for precipitation in any given place. The rule of thumb for generation, generally speaking, is anywhere from 10 to 15%. So if you are in an area, to be very precise about the answer to your question, if you're in an area that historically gets 30,000 acre feet of moisture in a winter season, once it's all said and done and quantified, then the theoretical maximum of potential enhancement is anywhere from 10 to 15% of that amount. It is though an active science question that we're exploring whether that 10 to 15% is truly the maximum, or if it's not possible to receive more enhanced precipitation. And it's also important to remember that this is over the course of an entire season of operation, over like an entire winter season or a summer season if you're doing rain making to play on the pun, which would be done in the summertime. But to your second question, no. So the nature of cloud seeding, like I've described a little bit, is that it doesn't steal water from one place and put it down in another place. We're able to target and identify areas where the conditions for precipitation don't exist. And so what would happen then if we weren't to have cloud seeded that cloud, is typically understood, it would be that cloud would just dissipate and the moisture would return back into the atmosphere. And actually, there's emerging literature on this exact point that demonstrates, in fact, that cloud seeding could benefit downwind to provide more chances for rain. And so I'd be more than happy to share that article with you to that point in particular. But that's a very common question about whether we're stealing water from one place and putting it down in another. And it's simply the physics of the atmosphere and the physics of cloud seeding preclude that as a possibility.
Yeah. Okay, this is Jay Leo from Mesa County. So, you talk about the physics of atmosphere, and as I understand it, and I think the majority of the population from grade school, um, it's equilibrium in the atmosphere, that the moisture, holds until it cannot hold anymore, and then that's precipitation, right? So when you artificially feed that and to make the raindrop. Talk about 10%. Sure, there are 100% moisture in the atmosphere. We can rub it all out, but now we have disturbed the equilibrium. Now we need to recharge it until it can naturally rain again. So you mentioned that you made a lot of rain in Oregon and Utah in the past year. So I mean, I guess the same question. Will we on the western slope of Colorado deprive the rain supposed to be ours now? It dropped first prior when the storm actually came to us.
I heard the question. So be sure to clarify with me if I misunderstand. But similar to the question that was asked previously, the physics of atmospheric, because it's when you think of it as like in the water cycle, like anytime water falls in a particular place, it's either stored underground, or some of it's evaporated, or some of it goes into a lake or a stream of some sort, and then it returns ultimately, and it continues to cycle. And so the problem of needing to recharge the atmosphere is not a problem that cloud seeding could ever cause, because like I mentioned earlier on, the nature of it is such that at any given time only about 10% of the moisture in the atmosphere ever falls as precipitation. And so I think when you talk about completely depleting the atmosphere, I think there would be material and physical limitations um, on anyone's capacity to be able to do that. Because on top of that, the moisture can still exist in the cloud, but it can't be present. It's not always present in a form in which it could precipitate. So I think that's the right question to be asking, but I don't think it's a real concern specifically. So.
Okay, Susan Atkinson, La Plata County. Two questions. One is, you mentioned the chemical that the
Yes.
drone emits, silver.
Silver iodide.
And so my first question is, what are the consequences of that being in the atmosphere? And then the second question is, did I understand this is mostly pertains to snowpack and snowfall versus rainfall? If I understood that correctly, this is mostly something to feed aquifers, reservoirs, as opposed to direct rainfall onto a crop field, for instance.
Yes. I will take the second question first and then talk about silver iodide. Yes, you're right. So, cloud seeding is broadly understood, cloud seeding is a method by which to enhance precipitation out of a cloud. That being said, there are several different types, but all of them fall into buckets of either producing wintertime precipitation, meaning snow, or wet rain in the summertime. And the methods and the techniques are a little different in each of those. But that being said, Rainmaker's focus right now is primarily on snowpack enhancement, because from a strategic perspective, it is the vehicle or the vector by which more moisture can be provided to the American West. More water can be provided to the American West. Now, as it pertains to further research and research and development, we are interested and will ultimately pursue both methods of cloud seeding. But the physics and the breakthrough that took place with the Snowy study provided us the opportunity to replicate that scientific process and achieve the solution to the problem of quantification and validation. And so that's why we focused primarily on snowpack in the short term. But in the not too distant future, both methods are suitable and should be employed. For example, Texas has historically had rain-making cloud seeding, and we would be more than thrilled to engage in that also. But as it pertains to silver iodide specifically, there's a lot of question around it, and because in the broader context of, I mean, social media and the worlds of various theories about all different kinds of things, there's lots of conversation about the difference between people talk about the chemtrails, right? And that's a category of discussion. And then you have what's a scientific inquiry of people who are trying to determine if there's ways to modify the atmosphere of the Earth for particular ends, like trying to reduce global warming or that kind of thing. But they're contemplating broad global scale, high altitude interventions into the atmosphere. And those types of technologies have potentially talked about using reflective chaff, like metallic chaff, to throw into the stratosphere and reduce the amount of sun that hits the Earth. And so when people hear about that kind of thing, they also think about cloud seeding because they've heard of that too, and they kind of conflate. And so to answer the question directly, silver iodide it's essentially it's a salt molecularly. It is a substance that naturally occurs on the Earth, and there's a natural background level. And so what that means is that for areas, for example, where there was a study done also in Idaho, I believe, where someone observed a set geographic region pre cloud seeding mission and post cloud seeding mission. And in both of those circumstances, the level of latent background silver iodide, the difference between each was statistically indistinguishable. And at Rainmaker, for each mission that we take, we use less than the palm of your hand. So when you think about the broad scale application of this tool, you're covering, several hundred square miles, and you're using so little. It's like throwing a few pieces of sand into the wind. But to the specifics of the potential concerns about silver iodide, it's been studied for a very long time. I mean, there's studies going back to 80 years or more that have demonstrated that there's no negative health impacts on humans or wildlife. And it's something that we are conscious of because, frankly, from just simply a PR perspective, it's like, silver? What? What are you doing? And I explained earlier why it's used because it's a very efficient catalyst for the freezing reaction. But we at Rainmaker are also looking into organic means of catalyst to use in cloud seeding. So the question more broadly of the materials and what we use is all an open research question, but the safety of silver iodide specifically has been well understood for a very long time. But it's not the truths of that are not often fully understood. So would be more than happy, and I'll work with Reese to coordinate providing follow-up materials to all of the committee after the fact, but would be more than happy to share materials on that. So thank you.
Hammond Haltoner, Mesa County. My question is, do you have an estimate sort of cost per acre feet of doing this for like your operations? Because we heard desalination earlier was up to $3,000 per acre feet, which is a lot, of course. And then connected to that, I was wondering what your kind of business model is. Like, how do you charge the people that are paying you to do the cloud seeding?
Yeah. So right now, our business model is a service-based model. We're actively evolving on this, so this could all change, but I'll give you the latest. We have a system that's structured based on services rendered, and so that includes everything from the employees that are required to operate the drones to do the cloud seeding, to the meteorologists, to the equipment, to the software, to all of it. It's all included. And right now, the dollar per acre foot number is constantly fluctuating as we do our analysis. But it's roughly around vaguely $200 an acre foot, give or take. And that number obviously changes as the denominator grows, insofar as how much water we continue to produce with our existing and future contracts. But to your point, that's one of the other major selling points with when you compare cloud seeding to other types of water production. It's that there are few ways to actually produce water at a cost-effective level, and cloud seeding has been able to do that. I mean, now historically, statistical validation methods have produced very, very low uh, dollar per acre foot numbers. I'm not the scientist or the meteorologist, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But I think that there are with our methods and the capabilities that we've been able to develop, we're refining the validity by which that number can be produced and generated. So I think it's a lot smaller than desal, and it will continue to shrink, I think is the best way to put it.
Daniel again from Mesa County. Right now for every operation, is there a regulation or administrative agency that oversees that? Do you need a approval or permit, to conduct such operation? And also, I'm wondering, is there any legal definition of the ownership of the moisture in the atmosphere right now? Like who owns it? So, that kind of ties back to the stealing question of stealing moisture from one place. So if there's any, legal framework around the whole operation, from the property rights, from the operations, that. Thank you.
Yeah. So yes, there are cloud seeding is primarily regulated on the state level. Texas, Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, Oklahoma, and several other states. I'm trying to recall who all have had regulations for a while. Utah, Washington, California, I think even. It's been left up to the states to regulate and determine how best to manage potential cloud seeding in their states. So the bulk of the regulatory burden and burden's not the right word. The regulatory oversight, I should say, is managed on the state level, and it varies. Some states are a little more robust in their oversight or liability requirements. Some states are much more open to the possibility of cloud seeding. But on the federal level, there's two things that are in play. In 1973, I believe, there was an act that was passed that required the reporting of cloud seeding operations to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. And then as it pertains to our vehicles, our drones, we have to secure flight waivers for any operation that we do. So the federal government has oversight insofar as they are able to be made aware of where operations are taking place. Then also, in our case, they have to authorize the use of our drone in any given region. As it pertains to your other question about water rights and that kind of thing, that is an emerging policy question. Because cloud seeding has never been able to scale such that you could very accurately and precisely target where you wanted the precipitation to fall. No one really I mean, I'm sure someone thought about it, but it wasn't something that required much of a robust policy framework because the moisture just kind of fell in a general area and provided general benefit, and that was satisfactory. But now that we're getting to a point where there's potential for people to pay for water. And that's how I think we should view it. It's you're paying for water like you would in any other capacity from transfer or otherwise. Um, if you pay for water, then you should be able to reap the benefit of that water. And so what we do from a without the legal and the policy background on that, what we attempt to do is target very specifically in regions that would benefit the paying customer. So for example, there's a project in Utah that will be starting up next season that there were two people that were potentially interested in participating in the program. One of which had a dam or reservoir rather that was farther upstream from the other person that was interested in also paying for cloud seeding. And we had initially proposed to just seed in one area to provide moisture to fall and then enter into the stream and the tributaries that would benefit that region. But then we realized, well, these people, the second customer only gets their water because they have water rights to it, but they only get it after it comes out of the reservoir that goes farther downstream. And so then we modified our operations plan to be able to then target another region that would also be in the same basin and provide moisture to that secondary customer. And so it provided a much more cohesive operations plan that benefited both customers. And it's all based on the hydrology of the region and the particular basins that we were trying to target. So that's how we tackle that question right now. But we are actively thinking about and determining how best to approach from a longer term perspective the question of water rights and people being able to benefit from the water that they pay for when they pay for cloud seeding.
Grayson, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. As we wrap up here, I think it would be beneficial to discuss plans that Rainmaker has in Colorado more broadly, some of the company's goals, your financial needs, financial investment, things like that. What can these local jurisdictions that are represented today here at Club 20, what can they expect in the next year, 2 years, decade, so on and so forth?
Yeah, well, we are excited to collaborate and partnership with all of the local communities in Colorado. And we're in the midst of building out our capacity to be able to get to all of you, frankly. But we've had good conversations with the state government and are looking at ways to start up projects. There's actually in Weld County, there's a potential for a program to start up this winter, actually. And that remains to be seen on the particulars of that, because there's the potential federal funding opportunity that may arise. But regardless, we are anxious to earn the trust of water leaders in the state. And we want to present ourselves as a solution and a cornerstone of water management strategies and planning. Because the technology has come to the point now where that's a possibility. And so what I would encourage, and I again wish I could have been there in person to meet with you all. I encourage you all to, if you have any more broad or more complicated questions, if you feel that there's a potential interest in doing some kind of cloud seeding, or if you just want to chat more broadly about how best to even to give us advice on how best to implement and engage with the state. we're open ears and we're ready to work with you all. But our vision and our desire is that Colorado would potentially one day become kind of like Utah, where the state government there has um, based a lot of their efforts around water conservation and management with cloud seeding, and it's been very unique to see. But that's not to say simply that we ultimately are just going to be operating off of tax dollars. That is by no means the intention. The intention is for us to be treated like any other like water company that can provide water for people. And so that's the ultimate vision. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today, and look forward to being able to execute on that in the future.
Excellent. Thank you, Grayson. Really appreciate you making the time today.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to vote again, Riley Scott, Deputy District Director, U.S. House of Representatives, for Congressman Hurt. We had to move forward flexible on this agenda. I know this is speak item. For context for the room, originally we were hoping for an update from the Department of the Interior, mostly on permitting reform and how that translates to some of the legislative action items we have in DC, mostly relative to NEPA and management of our plans. We are going to move forward with an update from Riley on existing legislation relevant to permitting reform and NEPA, and hopefully open it up to more of a discussion format to the PLNR committee to kind of discuss what this looks like today, how many of these changes are going to be long lasting, or perhaps some of them less lasting, depending on changes in administration. So I'm sure Riley would agree that if you have something you want to jump in on, or you have a question while she's presenting on the bill, please do not hesitate to do so. Thank you, Riley.
Yeah. Thank you, Reese, for inviting me. Let's see if I can make that a little taller. Again, Riley Scott with Congressman Jeff Hurd's office, and here to talk about the riveting subject of NEPA and permitting reform on this Friday afternoon. Only Club 20 would be excited about this, but I'm excited about it too. So we'll have a lot of fun today. So when it comes to NEPA, NEPA is the National Environmental Policy Act. It was passed in 1969 and actually signed into law in 1970. So it was right on the border of that year, but it's been with us for a long time. It's been affecting Western Colorado for a long time. We have quite a large amount of federal lands, which NEPA is a part of our federal land management, and then also a lot of projects that utilize federal funding, which have some NEPA requirements as well. You know, anything from energy development, transportation projects, forestry projects, and water infrastructure, all of those require NEPA. Now, NEPA is not an opportunity for the federal government to say you have to do a project in the most environmentally friendly way, reduce the amount of environmental impact that you have, but it's a procedural method where the federal government studies and presents options of what would be more environmentally impactful or what the cost of not doing anything would be, and just does that procedural analysis and then is able to take public comment and make a final record of decision or final decision on a project. So when we look at NEPA, there's kind of three different categories. The first being a categorical exclusion, which is the lowest amount of environmental review, but the agency still does have to determine if that project falls within one of the existing categorical exclusions. The next is kind of a medium level, an environmental analysis, which does more studying into understanding if a full environmental impact statement is required. And then the full environmental impact statement is that more broad, longer term NEPA process, analyzing, coming up with multiple options, giving public comment, and again, issuing a final decision on that. So when we talk about reforming NEPA, I think it's not just that no one wants to fully, well, maybe some people in this room want to fully get rid of NEPA, but that's not what's being really discussed at the federal level. we're looking at, targeted reforms, and kind of different questions within the what NEPA has become, which federal action should require that NEPA review, how far and what scope should an agency have to look at when determining a NEPA process or a review, how long should that review take, when should an agency be able to use categorical exclusions, how should multiple agencies coordinate together, and what should happen when a court concludes that an agency has made a procedural error? Because again, at the end of a NEPA process, there is opportunities for litigation. And I think that has been one of the big, trigger points that has caused a lot of issues with NEPA in the past. Although there is also some great things that have come out of, that litigation, and maybe that's a good thing as well. But, what should happen with those court decisions and all the work that's gone into that. Back in 2023, in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which was the raising of the debt limit, there was some kind of initial NEPA reforms that were placed in that bill. That included having environmental assessments done within 1 year and then environmental impact statements done within 2 years. Again, this wasn't like a hard limit, but it was a timeline that was kind of expected. It also created page limits for those two processes, and then allowed categorical exclusions to transfer between agencies back and forth, and then also allowed some project sponsor money to be utilized for those analysis. So that was kind of the first change that we've seen in NEPA in a while. And then in the One Big Beautiful Bill, or HR1, that was passed last summer, there was also a new method that was implemented for NEPA analysis where a project sponsor could pay 125% of the estimated cost of a NEPA analysis for an expedited review. That, has pros and cons. I think well-funded entities are going to be able to pay that. Smaller entities are not. But there's also, a new avenue for funding for some of these agencies that are having to deal with a lot and process a lot of requests. And also once Trump came into office, there was an executive order 14154, which basically previously NEPA had been administered, or the outlines of what you needed for NEPA was brought through the CEQ, or the Council on Environmental Quality. And that executive order asked each agency to come up with their own procedures for that NEPA process, because something from CEQ that governs a transportation project might not be relevant for something within the Forest Service or the Department of Interior. So kind of giving a little bit more agency to the agencies to come up with what the project scope and needs that they needed for that project would be. Similarly, at the kind of executive national level, President Trump issued a national energy emergency, which the Department of Interior then issued some secretarial orders that gave them some emergency powers to approve NEPAs in a more expeditious way, or utilize different resources to get things done if there was emergency need for energy projects. There was also something similar for critical minerals, which that's something that we definitely have here as well in Western Colorado, but not a ton of direct, here's exactly what you have to do, but just telling the Department of Interior that these are priorities for the administration and try and find ways to move things faster if there is a need. And this has been prioritized in terms of an energy or emergency. Similarly, with the Department of Agriculture, timber production also received an emergency orders to figure out how they could come up with a plan to increase timber production across the U.S. And that was to both BLM and Forest Service, but Forest Service took the most of that increased timber production. They came back with a plan of trying to increase the timber production across the U.S. by about 25% year over year. So again, utilizing some of those emergency powers that they're able to, but also just prioritization of what the federal government is telling those agencies to focus on. So that's I kind of sped through some of the executive stuff, but I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the congressional actions that we've had. Well, they haven't become law, but we have been working hard on a bill called the SPEED Act. It is bipartisan, has both Democrats and Republicans in the House side, and I believe on the Senate as well, but not totally sure. One of the big things within the SPEED Act is a codification of the proper scoping of NEPA. This comes from the 7 counties court decision that says, as Wade so eloquently put it earlier, if you're building a road, you don't need to think about what could a subdivision in 20 years from this road mean. It's just, what does that road mean when you're analyzing it through NEPA right now? So similarly, that has become a judicial and court opinion from the Supreme Court, and this bill incorporates that into the SPEED Act. Similarly, in the SPEED Act, there is a provision that states that just receiving federal funds alone does not necessitate a NEPA. There is a process where the agency has to determine if a NEPA is, appropriate, but if there's a finding of not a significant impact, then the just getting federal funds for a certain project does not necessitate that you would need to do a full NEPA analysis. There is also something in the SPEED Act regarding permit certainty. So this is something that I think is really interesting and in a bipartisan fashion has been supported in the House, is pretty new. There hasn't been a ton of bipartisan support on something like this, but if the federal government issues a permit, we've seen in the last few administrations some back and forth on those permits. So say there was an oil and gas project that was approved and then a Democrat administration came in, canceled that. Similarly, if there was offshore wind that was approved in a Democrat administration and Republican administration came in and canceled that, within the SPEED Act, there is language saying that that's not going to be the case. We can't do that tit for tat anymore. And I think it's been really encouraging to see, people from both sides of the aisle come together and say, none of us are going to be happy 100% of the time with permit certainty, but also we can't afford to not have permit certainty. So that's, a really cool win. I think American Petroleum Institute, which is an oil and gas entity or supportive organization, they have made permit certainty their #1 priority. They're not in this Congress. Like, they're not out there just talking about oil and gas. They're talking about permit certainty because they're so tired of this back and forth and not knowing what's going to happen. When a president from a different party is elected, that they're supportive of that. And we've been able to get, a great bipartisan coalition together on this permit certainty issue. So the SPEED Act has language on permit certainty in there. And then also there is some judicial review reform in the SPEED Act. So right now, I believe the timeline of when you can file suit on a NEPA after a record of decision has been filed is 6 years, and the SPEED Act would drop that down to 150 days. It would also require you to have had active participation in the comment period, the public comment period, and show more direct harm in terms of bringing a suit based on that decision. And then it also would send that. Oftentimes these lawsuits are found to be problematic in court because of a technicality or some step that an agency missed, not necessarily about the project merits itself, but those technicalities are able to stop those projects regardless. So there's also some language in the SPEED Act that says, hey, if the agency messed up one part of this process, but it doesn't affect the overall merits of the project, the agency can get that law or that NEPA process or that document back, the EIS back. They can redo that, but it doesn't necessarily stop that project while the agency is figuring that out. So there's going to be, and it's lawyers in court, so I'm sure there'll be loopholes and all that stuff. But the intent of this legislation is that, hey, if the agency made us an error and put a 2 instead of a 3, that's not going to stop the project, right? going into, there's a couple other bills. I mean, we talked about Farm Bill, we've talked about Fix Our Forests. Both of those have some expansions of categorical exclusions, which again is kind of circumventing the whole NEPA reform process because it takes a long time to get forest management projects done. And I looked up this morning, I think it was something like 4 or 5 years to get through a NEPA process for a prescribed burn, which, as we know, and fire season is annual. So if you have 4 to 5 years that you have to wait for that process, we got our Forest Service guys, they're working hard, but it's, that's not an annual basis that, we can be creative and flexible with that process. So those create some more opportunities for flexibility around those full NEPA analysis. Also, Congressman Hurd's bill that passed the House, the Geothermal Advancement Act, that has some reforms to NEPA and kind of gives some categorical exclusions that we utilize in other energy producing sectors to geothermal, similar to how we're able to now move categorical exclusions between agencies. This is kind of off of that same model. But I really just want to echo and continue to say how this is exciting, that it's bipartisan efforts and that folks are really coming to an agreement. And especially, I think, after President Trump won, there were some Democrats out there, the kind of abundance movement, Ezra Klein being one of those main names, that was really saying, we need to build things in America. We need these processes to be simpler. We need people to honestly, at like a larger scale level, like feel proud of the fact that we can do things in this country, because doomerism is also because, people feel like they can't do anything in this country. So if we're, able to build things and able to get things through rather than just having things sit in reviews, that could lead to good things. So I've been really encouraged by it, to see this bipartisan effort going forward. And I know I went through that really quickly. But that's kind of what I have to start. So if we have questions or comments, or if anyone has experience that they want to share with me about this permitting process, happy to hear it.
Some of that just question. People do it to it a little bit, and it's something that you to try to work on. Beef processing, you've got multiple agencies that are asking for nearly the same look at your reports. If there's in this bill, are going to change utilize the same information, the same studies, so that you're not actually going to report. So we could have the same other agency, like that actually where they will share information between the agencies, simplify and streamline that process.
So I know there's the Fast 41 process, which is, I think, has been an attempt to do that. I don't know if there's any other legislation right now. I know there's something about like I think it's called E-Permit Act, that's doing a lot of trying to put more things online and like have a database where other agencies can utilize and pull from that, I think is what that bill does, but I don't remember exactly. But I know it's called E-Permit Act. So we'll look into that and think about it, but thanks.
Thank you. That was a great overview of what's going on. But I would say if there's anything that we could do to encourage any of the reform to actually, I like the 2-year time frame on EIS, the 1-year time frame on an EA, but what we see too often is political gaming within the agency. And what would be nice is actually a deadline for return of documents, because as a cooperating agency that's been through many of these NEPA processes, we as cooperating agencies will get stuff with a stupid short deadline, like a week, 2 weeks after the agency has had it for 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And so it would be nice that there was a little equality in response times. If we're as agencies are going to get there's we see that gaming happening so much. Manipulate the outcome of a document. Just be nice if during each phase of a response, the federal agency could respond within the same 2 to 3 week time frame as cooperating agencies are given.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
And if there's a way
So. Full access for justice.
Yeah.
In the other gaming of the system, that then immediately it was Secretary Barnard who put those reforms in. Now the agencies make you provide all this stuff, more stuff up front, like a higher degree of engineering, a higher degree of this. You can't really do the engineering until you know it's been approved. And so they make you front load everything because they don't want the clock to start. And so that's another game of the system that has to be fixed. So the 2 years is not 2 years.
So in Southwest Colorado, and this is more of a comment. This is coming from my previous life, not my current role, but formerly I worked in the oil and gas sector for Navy. I really appreciate the changes that are being proposed, the changes being made. Comment just for the accomplishment would be the concern I have is, as always, it's really what happens at the field office level, and those interpretations and implementations are different at every single field office level. So just the concern of how could there be more consistency with that implementation of these changes at those field office staffing levels. Because I was working the Four Corners, you get one thing out of Moab, out of Farmington, and another thing out of Tres Rios for the exact same project. So it's necessary to look at that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Another one in the back.
Thank you. Get off. Thank you.
We probably don't have time to answer the question. I'm sorry. Follow up afterwards if that's all right. Thank you, Riley. So appreciate you filling in. Next up, we have Tingo Isaacson with PLN and Paul Borde with DFPC to provide us a wild update.
Oh my. Nobody tell on me, please. Well, this is you, Warren. Gentlemen, can you hear okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay.
Yep. I'll introduce myself and then you can take it from there, Paul. Does that work?
Sounds great.
All right. I'm Tico Isaacson. I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations for the United States Wildland Fire Service. It's the combined DOI fire agencies this year. So that is BLM, National Park Service, BIA, Fish and Wildlife Service combined. And over to you, Paul. Thank you.
Sounds great. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Duarte. I'm the Deputy Section Chief for the Colorado Division of Fire Prevention and Control. It's nice that ours is easier to say now than Tico's. Now they have so many, so it makes it a little harder there. So what we were going to plan to do was kind of just double team this, and I would start off and just give a really quick overview of kind of what we've faced so far this year, and give you an overview of some of the incidents and answer any questions pertaining to those. And then Tico could answer any additional questions that may come up after that, if that works for everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop my video and share a screen, because this always works really well. So hopefully everybody keep their finger crossed. All right. Everybody able to see that all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good deal. Well, I'm just going to start with a bit of an overview of what we're currently facing in the United States. And so right now, we're sitting at a preparedness level 5, which is the highest level of preparedness in the United States when it comes to interagency fire. And just to give you an example of what that means is currently there's 188 active large fires, and there's currently 135 emerging fires that are out on the landscape too. So lots of activity currently taking place. Currently there's 32 complex incident management teams assigned to fires. And so those larger fires like we currently have in Colorado, like Gold Mountain, Aspen Acres, there's 32 different teams on fires like that. As you can see on the map, they're up in the northwest part of the US. They really started picking up in activity over the last about 4 or 5 days up there. And so just to give you an example also of how many folks are out on fires, I mean, right now on those 188 large fires and the initial TAC fires going on, I mean, there's almost 800 hand crews on fires currently. There's 2,200 engines, 254 bulldozers, over 300 helicopters, and over 250 fixed wing aircraft out there on incidents. So that kind of just gives you a picture of the big picture of what's going on, but I'm going to dial into Colorado more. And so this isn't showing all of the Rocky Mountain area, which includes us, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas. But for complete transparency, all the activity is currently in Colorado. So it makes it really easy to look at the numbers and everything that's going on here. And so for a Rocky Mountain area, this is hot off the presses. The preparedness level in Colorado is dropping from a 4 to a 3 tomorrow morning. So that is due to a little bit of an increase in moisture, a lot of the fires getting in good shape, and us starting to downsize on some of those things. But currently, we have 15 large fires in the state, 9 new emerging fires, and I'll tell you, over the last couple of days, we've had closer to about 50 new fires in Colorado. 9 of them are still, kind of poking around out there that folks are on, making good progress, but there's always more fires going on. We appreciate all the moisture we're getting, but as you all know, that moisture usually is pushed in with some lightning in front of it. And so we have picked up a lot of new fires. Nothing that is growing like it was in the last 20 or 25 days. So we currently have 8 complex incident management teams in the Rocky Mountain area. And just for example, right now, we're over, 80 hand crews, 300-ish type engines, 38 dozers, 40 helicopters, 25 fixed wing. I think it's important to recognize that we are on the ramp down for about the last 3 to 5 days. We've started to release some of those resources to other incidents that are currently taking place around the country. And so those numbers were much higher earlier in the week than they are right now. So I will jump in just to a couple of the fires, just give you a couple examples of what we've got going on here. So we'll go ahead and jump over to Aspen Acre fires. I believe everybody's pretty familiar with Aspen Acre fire, just southwest of Pueblo near Rye. So this fire is currently sitting at 61% contained, just over 100,000 acres. Currently, there's about 1,000 individuals on this incident. At its peak, we were sitting about 1,700 people on this incident. Crews continue to make really good progress. If I zoom in here a little bit, these black lines are what's considered containment lines, and so those are considered contained. In places that are still red are still areas of concern where there's a lot of activity still taking place with personnel. Lots of work being done on there. What makes it a little bit more difficult in this situation is this gets into a lot rougher country, a lot more timbered areas. But the positive thing is there is less values at risk. It's not void of values at risk, but there is definitely less human values at risk up in that area. And so good progress continues to be made. We will be transitioning from the current complex incident management team to another one that'll be here for a couple more weeks on this incident. But it's important to recognize a lot of great progress being made, and they have picked up a little bit of moisture over there for sure. I'll jump over to the Ferris fire. So the Ferris fire, this fire is really pretty much a done deal. It's in the process of suppression repair being done. So there's a lot of work being done, 97% contained right now. You can see it's probably raining on it right now, but this fire is in great shape. Lots of work now that the fire's out to repair the damage that was done from all the suppression activities that took place. This fire at one point was well over 1,000 firefighters on it also. And so we continue to see those folks diminish as far as that goes. Gold Mountain fire, so Gold Mountain outside of Ouray. This fire is currently sitting at 27% contained, just under 1,000 people on this incident. This fire is also in very difficult country. The lower section, which was closer to Ouray, is really buttoned up and in good shape. but crews continue to work on this eastern flank, which is obviously in some more difficult terrain. They're doing a great job. They're making great progress. And they have picked up some moisture in this area, so it continues to improve as we go through there. Fire right next door to it, the elk fire. It is a much smaller fire, but it is not any easier to take care of by any means. And so if we dive into there, we're currently sitting 0% contained on this incident, just over 2,000 acres. We are not showing containment on this because they are taking a very indirect approach to this fire, 100% based on risk management. It is extremely difficult to get people into this fire. There's no road access. Everybody going into this fire is either hiking a couple hours or being flown into it. So with that being said, crews went in, did a whole bunch of prep along the highway and around Lake City to make sure if this fire were ever to come out of there, that those places would be more secure and easier to protect. This fire has picked up some moisture, and even though there's no containment being shown, this fire has not grown substantially in weeks. It's been in really good in a good spot, and so we continue to see great progress being made there. I'll just touch on a couple of the other ones just for folks. The Willow Fire is another one that's been right about 7,000 acres. Currently right around 500 people on this fire. Again, another fire that had well over 1,000 people on it at one point. And this is outside of Leadville. Crews continue to make great progress, feeling very good about all the infrastructure being protected on the east side between the fire and Leadville proper. Again, the fire moving up into the more difficult terrain, heavier timber, lots more fuels up there. And so crews continue to work on that. A lot of hand crews out there doing really hard work every single day. But again, looking really good, making great progress. And they do continue to pick up some moisture. Just a couple other small fires out there. So Keystone is another fire that was one of the more recent fires. It's currently showing 2% contained. Anticipate that going up more today, quite a bit on it actually. Right over 300 people. This fire is being managed by a smaller team, a type 3 incident management team. And so making great progress on it. Continue to have lots of aviation assets, lots of good folks on there, but we continue to see good progress made on that incident. Probably the last fire of size that we can touch on would be the Fishhook fire, which was just outside of Steamboat. This fire was of big concern when it first took off. Another super difficult place to get folks into. Right about 300 acres. This is well past 2% contained now. We're transitioning the incident management team off of this. It'll go back to local control. Things are looking really good on this incident. They continue to make great progress. Probably the big takeaway is, it's been a fairly busy season, obviously, but I think it's important to recognize that an average year in Colorado in the interagency system is right around 1,000 wildland fires. We're only sitting about 700 right now in that system, but we have exceeded the acreage that we did last year already. And so fires have been bigger and a little bit more difficult. The saving grace over the last pretty much 10 days is we've had much less wind, and that's really helped us get a much better handle on all these incidents going on. We continue to be concerned with all the lightning, and we know that it's drying out. One example is, even last night we had a fire down here, the Mount Carmel fire, out in southeast Colorado, and that was 1,900 acres last night. And so things continue to be dry in certain places. We're not getting moisture everywhere. We will continue to have lots of resources in the area for fires like this, because it's just a matter of when we're going to have more fires in Colorado, not if we're going to have more fires in Colorado. So happy to answer any questions on any specific fires, or if there's any specific questions, happy to do that. And if not, I'll turn it over to Tico.
I think we do have one question before we move on to Tico. First, I do want to recognize that we have Shannon Stewart and Chris Ham in the room, also available to answer questions. Gentlemen, I apologize for not introducing. T-Rex, you had a question?
Maybe can you come up here to?
Yeah.
Is one back here too?
Where does talk towards that go?
Talk here or
Talk here, but towards that.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. My question is about fire rehab. And now that there's been a reconfiguration of the approach to wildland fire in the nation, what changes or how are we approaching fire rehab? Because from those of us that are impacted on the ground, that's almost as more important than the fire suppression activities.
No, absolutely. Great question. And I can go first and then I'll let Tico jump in. I think it's really important that, yeah, once the flames are done doing their thing and all that work's been put into suppressing the fires, the job's not done. It's about halfway done or maybe even less than halfway to be completely honest on that. The work that needs to be done for suppression repair goes on constantly. The best example of where that's taking place now is down on the Ferris fire in Southwest Colorado. There is just, we don't just pick up and leave. We keep the right equipment, the heavy equipment, crews, all the right people, get bear teams in place to help us make sure we're doing the right assessments, doing the things that we can to get those all the damages fixed to the best of our ability with what we have going on. And that is an ongoing process. That doesn't happen in weeks. That is obviously something that takes years on some of these large fires. Tico, I'll let you jump in there.
Yeah, we probably have in the Wildland Fire Service the most change out of any agency, and Chad Stewart would be able to answer really well for the Forest Service. Really for us, the coordination and communication with the BLM National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife, and BIA is exactly the same as it was before. And so we work with those agencies, the incident management teams, and everything to make sure that we have a solid plan for turnback standards for bear and bar work, and making sure that we address that suppression damage and things like that moving forward beyond in all the post-fire scenarios.
Thank you.
Maybe before the next brave soul asks a question, I think it's important to recognize one important thing is this year we did have 4 firefighters who lost their lives in Colorado. And I think it's important that we recognize all the hard work and the people who are out there doing this to protect our piece of the world out here. And so, Emily Barker, Nick Hutchison, Sydney Watson, and then Nicholas Dale all came to Colorado to help us, take care of the wildfires that we have, and they paid the ultimate sacrifice. And I think it's always important that we recognize those individuals and their family and all their friends that it's a small community that we all work in. And so everybody has been impacted by that for sure.
Thank you so much for being here, both of you, and thanks to Chad Stewart and his deputy at the GMUG for also being here with us. And thank you for mentioning those firefighters. We all feel it very deeply, what has happened to those families. One of my questions, I have 2, sorry, I'm a question asker. How much water calculated is being used in the firefighting? We've been talking about water all day today. We all know it's scarce. Is there any calculation of how much is used?
Absolutely. So to give you the actual number, I would be making that up. I will tell you that it's a lot and it is being tracked. So every time a helicopter is going and they're dipping out of a pond, those numbers are always being tracked for sure. I will tell you, it's in the millions of gallons that have been utilized this year. Every time our scooper planes go and they get out of a reservoir, it is all definitely being tracked at the regional level. Those numbers are available. Um, I can give you some examples. During the first couple days of the elk fire, no, that is not correct. The fire, let me tell you which fire I am trying to talk about. It was the fire no, it was the elk fire. So out of Blue Mesa, we coordinate with DNR. We ask, hey, is it okay for us to use this pond, this lake to use the scoopers in? Those scoopers, there was two scoopers working there, and they were picking up anywhere around 200 to 230,000 gallons of water each day to keep that elk fire in check, as an example of that's a large volume of water that is used on those. The helicopters obviously use less water than that, but there is still a substantial amount being utilized, but it is definitely being tracked and passed on.
And so it'll be reported in the after action review.
Yes, when a team does a closeout with the incident, like Chad, who would be possibly the agency administrator, would be given that information, and then he could work with his partners to figure out what the next remedy is for that took place.
Okay, and my second question, I'm not sure to whom this is actually directed, but does the cost of fighting wildfire in terms of air quality, water quality, habitat loss, ever change the minds of any who oppose active forest management?
So that's a really hard question. So as the state guy, I'm going to ask one of my federal partners to to answer that. But I think it's important to recognize we truly see forest management and fighting fires and suppression as we have to do them both. They are both extremely important. One by themselves doesn't fix the other, and we have to be working in both of those things extremely closely. One has a direct impact on the other, but I don't know how you can truly weigh them out because they're both extremely important and they're both never going to go away.
And for all of the federal partners, all of us in the fire community view this very similarly. We believe that there is substantial work to be done on the pre-fire side, both preparedness, but also mitigation of fuels and that can be in prescribed fire, it can be in mechanical treatments, it can be in pile burning, all sorts of things, and then the suppression action, and then post fire. So we view the management very holistically and work with our partner agencies as much as possible to have efficient treatments on the ground.
I don't think they're gonna let me sit this one out, so I should have brought a black hat apparently, but second. Yeah, the Forest Service has a challenge of trying to balance a lot of things. What you presented though are a lot of temporary pieces. There's smoke, there's habitat loss, which is temporary. You and I can argue about that, but there is also benefits too with fire that aren't being realized when we haven't had fire in the landscape for so long, and certainly when they're burning in the conditions that we have right now, which are not great. We knew going into the season that it was going to be really dry, and boy, was it ever. So I don't think the habitat's doing very well right now with the fires that we're having. The bottom line, though, is I want a forest that can handle a fire and not be decimated by a fire. In order to do that, I've got to do a lot of things like treat the land and reduce the fire severity, and to work around houses to make sure the flames don't actually hit them. So there's things that we can do, but everything's in balance, and we're not in balance right now. We haven't been able to have that balance for quite some time, but that's the challenge and the opportunity at the same time. I really enjoy the job that I do because there's never enough money, there's never enough people. There's always more work to be done. But in this case, with wildfire especially, there's a major disturbance in the landscape. I'm a fire ecologist by training, and I think that's a big deal. That disturbance has a cascade effect, And this is going to be work that we're going to be dealing with, especially on Gold Mountain, for at least the next 2 years, if not 3 years, just trying to recover from this disturbance.
Any questions? Excellent. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and great presentation, Paul. That summed it up very well.
Thanks, Tico, and thank you all.
That, folks, we will move on to resolutions. We'll start with PLNR 95-2. And I'm going to let Vice Chair Tucker handle the next resolution, if that's all right. Ultimately, the advisory panel recommended that we retire toward our guidelines. Resolution state ownership of public lands. If there is someone on the PLNR committee that can provide some history on this and how it may no longer be quite relevant to our needs, that would be just the person I have.
Okay, so it's sad that I remember back to 1995. At the time, I don't know how many will remember this, but it was like Ken Ivory in Utah was promoting taking state lands and turning them into taking federal lands and turning them under state ownership. And Ken came to Club 20 several times and promoted that. And we ended up passing this resolution that talked a lot about seeing some merit in the state having ownership of federal land, but we never really jumped on board in its entirety. That issue has not been front and center like it was years and years ago. And so we suggested, and times have changed. I mean, governors have changed, the role of the state has changed, and I'm not sure that we would be as excited today to talk about state ownership of the lands as we were back in the days of Canada. And so I just, I think that might have been one that suggested we archive this. We don't need to delete it and send it to the trash, but we sure should archive it in future nominating.
At the time, I remember it as well, but it was literally was called the War on the West. The War on Timber. We wrote a white paper at Club 20 called The Invisible Bust, and it was about the War on Timber. It was the War on grazing. Cattle free by 93, and we referred to it as condos galore by 94. And but that's what it was all about. Yes, it needs to be retired.
And Mr. Humphrey makes a really good point. I probably should stop using the term the we, because all of these do just get on the top. They don't go away. We always have them on top.
Is there any further discussion or questions? Otherwise, I will take a motion.
I'll move. I make a motion with the PLNR 95-2 archive.
Second.
Callie.
Seconded to archive PLNR 95-2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Vice Chair Tucker, thank you so much for your work on this resolution. I will let you take it over.
A little nervous. I'm new, Reese is new, so we're learning together on all of these issues. But one thing that has come up recently is public land sale and acquisition, and that seems to be a little bit of a contentious issue. The one thing with BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and even NEPA is they have these coordination requirements. So really, these land management agencies should be coordinating prior to the creation of the resource management plans and so forth. So nothing should come to a surprise to the cooperating agencies as we go forward. And so I would urge the municipalities to use that coordination process in order to make those a little less contentious and a little more streamlined. With public land sales and acquisition in Western Montrose County and the we've got lots of PLN land that is just sitting there doing nothing for us. The county's getting a little bit of money for it, but it's, you know, it's in our way and it's not generating any property taxes or anything like that. So each county and each community is different. And so there are some communities that have, you know, different cultures and different socioeconomic standards. But all in all, this ensures that each county and each local municipality has a voice in those acquisitions or sales, or none or some. So that's the thing here with coordination, is making sure that each municipality is heard and considered differently and not something to one plan. And so the additions to this be it further resolved is to make sure that those municipalities have the opportunity to zone, regulate, change, or amend existing zoning prior to the conveyance of lands, and to make sure that there are studies done to measure the social economic impacts, including loss or gain of the tax base or impacts to third-party interests. So I think you can see that up on the board, but that's the keyword is coordinate, and you're going to hear me say that all the time. It means the same order or degree, equal in rank or importance. And that's one thing that I was trying to say yesterday to the business affairs is coordinate. But that's a word you'll hear me use all the time. I will take any questions, comments, so otherwise.
I'll move the resolution that's been. So we want to go to second to move, and it looks like we have some discussion.
Thank you. Two things. Help me understand, you're referencing impacts of third-party interests on the first one. And the second one, I would prefer you to say coordinate with local governments rather than municipalities. Municipalities or towns and so forth, and local governments, counties and or towns and or special districts. So help me understand what the impact, who are the third party?
I would say third party interests are fire districts, any of the taxing districts, and maybe we should be a little bit more specific on that. I guess that would probably be up to the local municipality to determine those interests. Maybe we need to amend that to say that a bit better. And you want local government and not local municipalities.
Correct. And I would encourage us to strike that for impacts to third parties. I think you're looking for a challenge. You get into your NGOs and such there.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Alan, you're talking about the first sentence, striking the impacts to third parties.
Yeah.
And so I read that as we as permittees and folks that had impact that were impacted by any of those decisions had a voice. So I looked at that positively.
I was going to stop your NGOs from claiming they have
To be fair, we all there are two sides in any of this thing that have interests, and if I want my folks to have a stake in the game, I have to allow the other side to have a stake in the game too. So
maybe stakeholders instead of third party interests, because that could include grazing, it could include the NGOs, but ultimately it's the community.
I admit I'm not an English major, so I'll.
I like that better too.
Amy, stakeholders. Amy.
I'm good.
Yeah, Robbie had a question or a comment first.
Are we talking about land use or land that's come up to land ownership?
All of it.
Yeah.
Then adjacent landowners would be a third party that's effective, not necessarily grantees or private landholders. And we can address the bingo card approach at a later date with a different resolution. But I'm going back 20 years and discussed how inefficient some of these borders are. Some land swaps between land and landholders and also state lands and private land. I'd like to put us on farm now. As long as no does what they do, as long as there's a conservation easement, there's a war. And it's the public that's our enemy because they're the groups and the coalitions to put together the monies, influence farms and ranches.
Before we go too far forward with discussion, I want to clarify. Did we agree to strike this with stakeholders just so we have
I did, yes, as we need to.
with that by the last?
It needs to be moved, seconded, and moved on.
So I will make a motion, I wanted to offer a clarification, because we're talking about an EIS and we're getting into the legal world, you could say to affected interests, and then you would have that encompassing whether you have a permit, whether you are cooperating, whether you are coordinating, or whether you are a stakeholder. You have that definition of affected interest, that includes all. I was just going to offer that.
I take that as a friendly amendment to speed process.
And I apologize, I was handling that somewhat informally, yes, assuming those were friendly men. So as far as I'm considered for the group and committee, we have one meeting motion on.
What I don't see here, and I perhaps have missed it, is what about the private landowner who donates thousands of acres to a government entity? And that's a different thing than what this is discussing. But we've seen it recently on the western slope of Colorado. And does this address this, or should this address it? Because they are acquiring that public land. And yet there's probably no trade-off, so the no net loss may or may not work. So has that been contemplated?
Doesn't the big ones just looking at disposals?
Still an acquisition. Yeah. So it's not-
So that lost stuff is that
So where at?
be a result. Oh, it's a therefore be a result too about it.
Are you asking if they could resell it? Yeah. Are you concerned that that could happen?
I agree with your concern. I think maybe that issue, the advisory committee ought to bring us back some language for that.
Yes.
Let's just keep this one clean the way they tried and.
I just saw the word acquisition of.
Yeah.
Contemplates a donation as well as a sale.
But your point is valid.
On that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended resolution as amended, say aye. Opposed? Excellent, motion passes. With that concludes our PLNR committee meeting. So I call this committee meeting. Good. I apologize, not adjourned.
I just had one observation, but some of you probably won't find very interesting, but I thought it was funny when Harry referenced resolutions because resolutions have been referenced all day long. And I know Club Party made a choice on
on guiding principles. When everybody else on the planet continues to do resolutions and directives, and it, your resolution comment here just made me laugh because I thought to me, this is like when we were told in grade school that you had to learn the metric system. And everybody's shifting, but everybody still continues to use feet and Fahrenheit. And I just thought that was funny. I don't know if anybody else does, but I think there's a couple of them.
There are 3 copy mugs left. The copy mugs you have, you take with you. Not taking them to my car and I'm not carrying them down my house.
Yeah. Thank you. My pleasure.
It's
all, that's something about, thank you.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, they don't.